the oaks stand tall, a warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Tight hands grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knives fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak, the hunt begins. A squirrel's code, sharp as his protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme.
All right, this thing working? Hey, it's EDC Squirrel here, and welcome to Saturday Chat. Hope everybody's having a good one. Hope everybody had a great start to the weekend. Been really busy this week. Didn't get a chance to put a whole lot of new videos out. I've still got videos that I've actually recorded. I still have a lot of editing to do. Hopefully I can get more out this week. I don't have like a ton of new knives to show today. I've got a couple, but unfortunately a lot of them aren't coming until next week. And so next week I'm going to have at least a few interesting knives to show you guys. But this week I've got a couple knives from Case. I thought we'd do a couple things like go over their 2026 catalog, because they did send me their new catalog. And also, thank you, Amazon, for delivering early today. I got a kit knife that we are going to be putting together. I'm really excited to do that. I did one kit knife before. I made a video of it. It's a JIN kit knife. I should pull it out so you guys can see what it looks like. But I did one kit knife that I put out on video, and it came out really, really well. I'm trying to remember where I put the kit knife, actually, to be quite honest. I know I put it away. Where the hell did I put it away? I actually carry it every now and then, just because it's a fun little knife to carry. The only problem is I'm not sure where I put it, because I was reorganizing like all my knives and trying to get everything situated in different cases and trying to get them to, be a little easier to find, which is not always the case. Cases. Where did I put you? I know I put you. Is that you? No, that's not you. Where did I put it? Oh, drat. I don't know. I don't remember where I put it all. I'm going to have to find it. Either way, I did put together a small kit knife, and we'll be putting together another one today. So, Bob's Bridge. Uh-oh. Bob's Bridge had to be trashed? Why is that? Why did you have to trash Bob's Bridge? Or did he, like, poop on it repeatedly? my guess is he made a mess out of things. That's just my thought, because that would explain the need to redo it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I did with that kit knife. I actually carried it on occasion, but then I was reorganizing stuff, and I realized I don't know where I threw it. Because it's not... It's the only knife of that manufacturer I own. So it's kind of off on its own somewhere. And I really don't recall what I did with it. I thought I put it in a roll. Maybe I did put it in a roll. And therefore, it's probably in one of these things. Hold on a second. Because I'm talking about a kit knife, and I'm irritated that I can't show you. He never left it and used it as his porta potty. Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. That's kind of what I figured. They're gonna do that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I did with it. I know I had it somewhere. I actually haven't carried it in a little bit. I didn't think to pull it out to show, to be quite honest. So that's why I'm not prepared. I haven't prepared to show it. Okay, yeah. I don't know where I put it. Ugh. I thought it was in this case. But like I said, I started reorganizing stuff and I took it out of this case because this has a lot of my more expensive stuff than a lot more of my expensive stuff. Everything was so spread out. All right. Well, let's move on because I don't know where I put it and I can't remember. All I know is it's in one of these cases or one of my rolls, and I don't know which roll it would be in, which is a little disappointing. But that's what I get. That's what I get. Not being prepared for it. It was horrid. Completely redid his substrate and the deco in his kit. Ew. That sounds gross. And as far as everything else planned today, that's kind of like what I had planned. I didn't have a whole lot in terms of something new, like I mentioned before. But I wanted to keep the chat go. I wanted to keep doing this live because, like I said before, it's a chance for me to just be able to chat with like-minded collectors. Oh, it's right here. Good grief. Damn thing was right in front of me. Chat with other collectors and just share info or just talk about knives in general, which is something that I like to do. Now, I'm making a mess of everything here, but... All right. So, like I always do, let's begin with... Oh, first of all, I probably should let people know I'm even on. I haven't even done that yet today. There we go. Yeah, I was running late today. I woke up late. Things were really goofy. Oh no, I might have to change plans for tonight. I just realized I'm getting invited to a really fun co-op. But anyway, like I said, I didn't have too much new stuff to show. I do have a couple things. These knives, one of these is from Chasing Blades. You guys know I do a lot of business with Chasing Blades. They are off in Canton, Texas right now, and they're doing like a show. They've got a booth and stuff like that. So I doubt they'll be able to pop in chat. But like I mentioned before, I do a lot of business with them. Haven't got. I've got a couple things coming my way, but again, they're not going to make it here till next week. What I did get though is a new case knife from them. No big surprise, and it's one of the new colors that are out for 2026. This one is a mint green synthetic smooth mini trapper. The mint green is new for this year. They have various different patterns. They have a trapper, mini trapper. I can't recall exactly what the other patterns are, but it's a really nice mint green. It's almost, now it doesn't glow in the dark, but it looks like it should. This is a mini trapper to give you an idea of what a normal size trapper looks like. Here is a normal size trapper. So in comparison, the mini trapper. I don't know if my light's like really bright. Turn that down just a hair. So that gives you an idea in the size difference right there. I love collecting trappers in all different sizes. The mini trappers are favorites of mine simply because of they're all easily pocketable, but this will fit in a regular leather slip as opposed to like a button slip or a leather like belt sheath. And the other thing I like about these mini trappers is they also have a half stop, meaning you can pull the blade halfway and it's got a little stop there. And then again, when you pull it out the full length. So in a way, it makes it a little safer for one hand closing because it won't snap completely shut from fully open. You got a little stop midpoint and you can readjust and then close it. Now, like every other mini trapper, this in particular is your standard mini trapper where you have a clip point blade for your main, your California clip point, and then you have a spay blade for your secondary. Just slightly rounded tip. Amazingly sharp, this one too. I did hone it already. I did already clean this one. This one's as soon as I got it out, I took it out and give it a good cleaning and stuff. But really beautiful mint green color if you're into mint or into green at all. I don't see too many green knives from Case. A lot of the Case knives, they've got a few green ones like the green apple, but I tend to see more blues, grays, and reds more than anything. So it's nice to see a little bit more variety in their cases, in the green ones. The other green ones I only see are like the John Deeres, which I'm not all that interested in collecting. I don't know. I don't have a connection with John Deere in any way, so I just don't have a real desire to nab one of these. But really nice color on this one. Got the diamond XX badge, nickel silver bolsters, and this one is also in stainless steel. So pretty cool one from Chasing Blades. The only other technically new knife that I got, this one came directly from Case, and what had happened is I've collected so many Case knives within this last year alone. The Case knives have quickly become probably one of my bigger collections. If we're talking like from a single manufacturer, they've probably become one of my biggest collections. And it only was a matter of time. I finally joined their collectors club, and I've been a part of their collectors club now for at least a couple of weeks, at least a few weeks. Excuse me. Things came up a little late with the holidays and the weather being bad. My membership took a little longer to like come through than I guess usual. And one of the things they offer when you're part of their collectors club is you get how do I put this? I'm trying to think of the words. You get exclusives or exclusive chances for very for limited or special runs, things like that. Hey, Terry, how you doing? And one of the things that I was offered was a Case Collectors Club new member knife. Now, this isn't something that's included in the membership. The membership's actually really inexpensive. I think it's like $25 for like a year. So that was pretty cool. And also to get like catalogs and chances exclusives. What I got from them was a Case Crimson. What do they call this? It came in a box like this. It's out of the box already. A Case Collectors Club Crimson Bone Heritage Jig Canoe. Now, it comes in a special Case Collectors Club box. It's a little different than your standard box. This one's more like a little clamshell. Not a clamshell, just, I guess, regular box top. And here's the knife itself. Now, Crimson Bone, I don't understand why I don't see more of these. Hold on, I gotta turn a fan on. It's warm in here. I don't understand why I don't see more of these. I've seen them previously, but usually only as exclusives. I think they need to release a regular mass production because the Crimson Bones look absolutely fantastic. This is a Crimson Bone Heritage Jig Canoe with a special badge. You can see it says Case Collectors Club. Where's my cleaning cloth? This thing is a mess with fingerprints. Now, I just realized it's actually the same knife that's on the cover of my little welcome envelope. And you can see you have a large, I'd like to call that I think that's a spear point blade on one side. No half stop on these. And then you got a smaller pen knife on the other. Essentially a smaller version of the same blade. But the cool point of this is it is their Case Collectors Club new member knife. Now, the cost on this from them, once you're a member, was roughly about $60. Beautiful Crimson Bone. The toast on that is crazy insane. I love the look of that bone. And black and red is one of my favorite color combinations. So there you go. With a Case Collectors Club badge. The other side, my hands are a little dry. There's the look on the other side. They really toasted this one dark. But I think it looks absolutely fantastic. And not a scratch on it from like blade rub or anything. Just absolutely beautiful. But that's the Collectors Case Club. Or the Case Collectors Club. This one I got direct from Case. Didn't get it from another vendor. I don't think you'd be able to get these from another vendor. So in terms of like new knives though, literally that's just about it. You guys have seen the majority of my new knives already. Hey, Burning Stables, how you doing? You guys have seen the majority of my new knives already from last week. I'm just waiting for shipments to come in, and I've got a couple coming in next week, so I'll have more to show you guys then. How you doing, Burning Stables? Hope you're having a good one. Hope your weekend's got a good start to it. Had to have a sip of my coffee. So that's it for the new knives. I did get some other stuff that is kind of knife related from Case. I did get this year's challenge coin from them. This one's in red. I should remove this. It's not like I'm planning on reselling these. But I've got a red Chase challenge coin. This one also came from Chasing Blades. for 2026. I generally don't go about collecting these, but I don't turn them away if I can get them for a couple bucks. But this one was pretty cool. I thought it was neat. Twice tested, never bested. Case and Sons Cutlery Company. And then I also got, because it was only a few bucks from Chasing Blades as well. The only problem is I have nothing to put in this. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it yet. But it's a case money clip. Now I just need money to put in it, because I keep spending my cash on stuff like this. I might have a quarter. I don't know, it'll hold a quarter. I mean, it's just your standard money clip, but it was a couple bucks. What the heck, why not? I was grabbing a coin anyway. And, gee, can you tell I'm a pretty big fan of Case? And not that I dislike any others. I have quite a lot of Rough Riders. Been looking at picking up possibly some Boker. I'd love to get my hands on a Jack Wolf knife, except Jack Wolf knives are on the north side of, I should say, on the north side past what I'm usually comfortable with paying for a knife, because the ones that I've seen, the ones that I've liked, generally run around like $350 to $400, and that's just like ow. But probably could have opened that up a little better. Okay, but there you go. That's pretty much everything that I got new in regards to actual knives this week. So yeah, this week was kind of slim. I was thinking of going over real quick their catalog, because they did come out, or they did send me their 2026 catalog. Let me move this case out of the way. Ugh. There we go. They sent me their new product guide, and there's nothing weird in here, is there? Like no weird centerfolds or anything? No. So if you're into Case, I haven't heard a lot of new stuff aside from there's two very interesting knives or new patterns this year that were released. The first one is the Cheetah Cub. Now, I actually have one of these coming my way. Not any of these particular colors. I kind of really want this one. That's really cool. But as you can see, these are Cheetah Cubs. They had a cheetah pattern some time ago. I think that's been vaulted. They tend to be really expensive, and they're a little bigger. This is the Cub, which is how big is the blade on this? Well, overall, it's 3.5 inches when folded. So a little smaller than their standard Cub. And it's got a little swing guard here that unfolds when you open the blade, which I thought was really cool. I really wish they had an example of it. I don't see an example of it opened up, though. Here's all their patterns that they have. I think this is what's currently available. But this is new for this year, is the Cheetah Cub. Like I said, I have one coming next week, so we'll be able to get a closer look at that. And then the other new pattern is the axe handle. Now, this one's talking about the Tequila Sunrise. Tequila Sunrise is a new color, I believe, for this year. And they show you exactly what patterns this color is going to come in. In other words, it's going to come in a case axe handle, which is the other new pattern for this year. It's a single blade slip joint, and you have an axe handle handle, as you can see there. In this particular one, Tequila Sunrise. Tequila Sunrise is going to come in the axe handle, the Baby Butterbean, the Mini Trapper, Sodbuster Jr., Sow Belly, which I'm really interested in, as well as the regular Trapper. I'm really interested in the sow belly mini trapper and the axe handle myself personally. Your days are good. That's good to hear. Other new colors that I've seen for this year were going to be the smooth natural bone. Now they have smooth natural bone, except these are coming with a red badge. You have a bright green bone, which again I'm excited to see because I wanted to see more green. You have the War Series. I think they've had the War Series out though, or no, scratch that. I think they had the War Series, but they were specific to trappers. Looks like they're coming out with a War Series in a bunch of muskrats. Muskrats, two-bladed knives, each with each blade identical on either side of the knife. I have a couple muskrats, but none of these. These are going to be new, 2026, and some of these aren't entirely new, like genuine stag, red stag. They've had the black curly oaks, which are absolutely gorgeous. I love the black curly oak and the blue sycamore. Well, thanks for stopping by, Burning Stables. Appreciate it. Don't work too hard. The buffalo horn, smooth abalone or abalone, rough black, Caribbean bone. So a lot of these are currently out. Patriotic Kyrenites. And I think what they have a lot here is going to be their standard, like what's normally available through generally the majority of their retailers. No exclusives as far as I know. I mean, I still haven't been through, admittedly, this entire catalog. They have some gift items. I really want to get myself one of the Patriotics. I saw the Trapper Eagle before, or the Trapper Patriotic. I thought those were really neat. They have also some more modern takes, but all really, really cool. I like this Peanut, my first case. Really small, double-bladed, kind of like a itty-bitty trapper in a way. They're called Peanuts. They are getting some new versions of Crossroad sod busters. I showed you one last week, which was the black and tan rich light that I got in last week. Hey, Letterman, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. What I'm waiting on is just that they haven't gotten one in yet. I'm waiting to get one of the new Seafoam Green ones. And the unique thing about the Seafoam Green is it actually comes with a pocket clip. And in the best spot, too, the way I like to carry it, because I had a feeling that you probably wouldn't be able to swap that pocket clip around. But I am eager to get my hands on one of these. I could get it from another place, but I'm kind of waiting for Chasing Blades to get their hands on another one. I'd really prefer to get it from them. So kind of hoping I can get my hands on one of those soon. And of course, you have their High Banks, which is a bit more of a modern take to their traditionals. The Longhouse, one of which I have I have a Blade Show version of the Longhouse. Where was that at? Hold on a second. You have to bear with me. I've got the sniffles. So I'm trying not to sniff too much on stream. All right, where did I put my Longhouse? I know I just came across it a moment ago looking for that other knife. Oh, these cases are all over the place. Okay, there it is. This one was a Blade Show exclusive, though, so slightly different color than what you're going to see here. Otherwise, still same. I believe they all come in 20 CV. Yeah, 20 CV. Really awesome modern take. Or I don't know how to explain it, really. I like the feel of the micarta. The 20 CV blade is, I mean, it's premium steel. It's equivalent to M390. Liner lock, pocket clip, also in a position the way I like to carry my knives. Nice clip point blade. So there's that. The Marillas and Kinzuas are more modern knives from Case. I'm tempted to get my hands into one. They tend to be pretty pricey though, which is the only reason why I haven't dove into getting one of those yet. Usually when it goes to modern knives, there's a handful of manufacturers that I've been sticking with, mainly because of their affordability and their quality. I'm not saying that I'm not unsure of their quality, but they do tend to be on the pricey side. Mike dropped. How you doing? I'm just going over the 2026 catalog for Case because they sent that to me recently. I thought it'd be kind of neat to go over it. We've got the Ridgeback Hunters. These are all fixed blades. Really tempted to get one because they have a really unique blade profile. It's supposed to be fantastic for skinning. They're Hunter blades. This one comes in a set of 2. I thought that was pretty neat with a special dual sheath. The Chris Taylor fixed blades are new to me, but now that I'm looking at this, Skinner looks freaking cool. Look at the blade on that thing. And then their Pro Series. Oh, looks like they do have some specialty household cutlery. So this is pretty nice. This is kind of... I knew they made kitchen knives. I didn't think they had like a whole set. But of course, now I'm thinking about it. I have a set of kitchen knives already, and I know these are going to be ungodly expensive, but you know, the temptation sets in. Oh, yeah, the Case astronaut knife. This one was, I believe it was commissioned by NASA. Yeah, it comes in a nice little display box. You got shirts, you got apparel. I don't have any shirts yet. I do have a cap, though. Actually, that's the cap I have. Ooh, I like that one. And other accessories. So pretty neat little catalog. These are the slips that I have so many of these. And this slip, I need one of these. Oh, wait, no, I have a bunch of these. I have a bunch of these. That one I need. Like, badly. Other... What the hell is that? A leather? That's a leather strap. Okay. I didn't know they had one of those. Display stands. They got a lot more than I thought. There's the coin that I got. They have a belt buckle. I don't have a belt that'll work. They even have a tri-hone sharpening kit. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. I wonder how much that runs. I'm going to have to look into that just to test it out. And then they have their sharpening stones, whittling. They even have whittling wood. How much is a Case whittling wood? 5 smooth natural basswood pieces. I don't do any whittling, but I do get curious. You can even buy the gift bag with tissue, or you can buy the knife wrapping tissue. I didn't even realize you could get some of this stuff. And then you got your pattern index, which I guess he gives you the numbers for all the patterns, how to determine a year or the year of a Case knife, and how to identify a Case knife. I've got little cards like this. This is pretty neat in how you identify the year. Now, if you're going to pay really close attention, how to determine the year of a Case knife, you have to look at the, first of all, the stamp, how the stamp is done, because every so often the way the stamp is changed, like how they do the C, how they do the double X, all that changes. And then for more to get the specific year, you have to count the dots. And I never get it right. I never get it right on how to count the dots. I had a card that actually went into detail. This here goes into a little better detail and shows you how the way the stamps change over the years, and then also tells you how to count those dots. So like in 2020, an all new Tang design, as you can see there, was introduced. And unlike the previous 2 decades, only dots will be used. So they don't put an actual date. They just use the dots. I'm trying to remember if they count down or up. I was never very good at that. Because sometimes they would remove a dot every year. I'm pretty sure they remove a dot every year. That might be how they do it. I can't remember. Uh-oh. Ooh, I had to sneeze there. Okay. But yeah, I believe they had to remove a dot every year. And that's how you got the specific year that that knife was created. Okay. So that was the case catalog really quickly. Just really awesome stuff from Case. I've fallen in love with a lot of their stuff. They're one of those knives that uh you just can't, like, if you get into collecting knives, you're gonna find a lot in their catalog that you're just going to want. They might have a very limited like set of patterns, but uh the sheer number of different materials they make their knives with, you can't help but want to collect entire sets and such. Where the hell did this thing go? I'm trying to remember what I know what case it was in. There we are. All right, putting that away. Okay, the other thing that we're going to be doing today, and I don't know how long this stream is going to be going. Usually it goes around till 6, but like I said, I didn't have a whole lot to show this week. So it may cut out earlier. We may go full 6, depends on how it goes. Depends on how much coffee I drown myself in. Okay, the other thing that we were going to do, though, and this was going to be the highlight, at least for me, we are going to go and put together a kit knife. Now, I did find it. I've done this before. Like I said, I've made a video on putting together the, what is this one called? It was called the JIN. Hold on, I gotta look it up again. This was, oh, the Rhino. It's called the Rhino. And here it is. It's not a very big knife. I'm trying to remember the size of this one was, I think it was like a 2-inch blade. You got a thumb stud. You got like a front flipper. This one is a button plunger lock. As you can see, little plunger there. And I believe it's black G10 with a pocket clip, which is reversible. Now, I just thought this was a really awesome, neat little gift that anybody can get for somebody that's interested in knives. If I recall, what was the price on this? About 30. I think I got it on sale when I got it, but regular price on this one's going to be about $33 on Amazon. And you put this kit together in its entirety. I mean, you don't have to, you're not like doing any blacksmithing or anything. The blade comes up, already set and sharpened. It comes with all the pieces. What you're essentially doing is just literally putting all the pieces together, kind of like a little fun little puzzle. And out of that little puzzle, you get a little pocket knife. Front flipper. I think I might have a little tight. There we go. But actually a really neat little knife. It's big enough where I can get an actual full grip on this one. You got a really deep finger choil in there. That's the manufacturer, is JIN. Right there. And pretty surprisingly sharp blade on this one. In fact, where's that magazine that I've been cutting the hell up? There it is. To give you a small idea, This thing is smooth. And I was really surprised at just how nice this little knife is. And again, just for 33 bucks. Now, it's not like a premium steel, but 9CR 18 MOV, right in line with a lot of blades that are around this cost. And the fact that I was able to put this together myself and kind of have a hand in doing it, you know, I might not be blacksmithing, but it was still just a neat thing to do. A really fun little, I don't want to say toy, but it was just fun. Hold on a second. Give me 1 sec. I turned the fan on. I wonder if it's kicking dust around. It's really getting me sniffly. But anyway, but just a really cool little kit knife. And I've been meaning to get another one, and I did, and that's what we're going to be doing today live. So we're going to be putting that together. And the one I got is also from JIN. Let me get all this out of the way. And it came in this box right here. Let me toss this out. Let me grab my tools. My trusty Weehaw tools. And then we're gonna get started. As soon as I wipe the sleepies out of my eye. Like I said, I woke up late. Okay. All right, let's get things started. So let's put this away for now. And where did this come from? Keep forgetting where I put some of these knives. Did I really have that? No, I didn't have that in there. Did I have that in there? I might have had that in there. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this here for now. No, there. Okay. So like I said, this one is made by the same manufacturer. This is from JIN or JIN. Let me pull that one up so I know the specifics. This one's called the Vaquero. The Vaquero comes in a couple different versions. This one in particular is going to have an ebony wood handle. They have a regular bone version. They also have I think, what was the other version? They have I have the ebony wood, but it also comes in, well, a natural bone handle. Well, they both say bone handle. What's the difference between the bone handle and the natural bone handle? They look almost exactly the same. You're confusing me. Okay, I don't know. Either way, I went with the ebony wood. The ebony wood is a couple dollars more than the bone handles. The bone handle, oh, okay, I see. One's ox bone. The ox bone comes in at $65. The one I have is $67. And then they have a regular bone. I don't know what the difference between ox bone and regular bone would be, but the regular bone runs about the same at $67. So if you want to save a few bucks, you can go with the ox bone. I decided to go with the ebony wood because I like wood. I like wood scales. You know, as a collector, you'd think I'd have a knife somewhere. There we go. Let's open this boy up. And then as I'm doing this, we'll just go on with questions and stuff like that, or just what you guys want to talk about. Otherwise, I'm just going to start yapping like I always do. I think these are, or at least the one that I got before, that Rhino, I thought was absolutely fantastic. It was really fun to put together. And while it is a kit, there's just there's a little bit of pride in knowing that you put that together yourself, even though all the other parts were already prefabricated. Okay, so on the box, we have JIN, build your own knife. Warning, this item may have sharp edges and or point. Mishandling, improper, negligent, or illegal use can result in serious injury. That should be a given. Nothing else on the box. It's a drawer style box. Pull that out. And then we have all the pieces. Wow, that is a really dark ebony wood. Now, I know ebony wood tends to be, ebony, but I normally don't see wood that dark except on fretboards. Even ebony fretboards don't always come that dark. Let's see. And then we have the blade. Oh, the other interesting thing about the blade on this particular one, and probably why it's on the more expensive side, is it is supposed to be a Damascus steel blade. So we have Damascus steel. However, it's a little different from the typical Damascus that I'm used to seeing. Let's take a closer look at that blade. It comes with a little plastic guard. I don't know if you guys can see. Now, Damascus blade is pattern welded steel, generally two types of steel pattern welded together. You can see the individual. You can see my fan going. You can see some lines or striations or the pattern on the blade itself from the two different steels essentially being hammered together. And they have, I don't know what kind of pattern this is. It's not, admittedly, looking at it now, it's not my favorite kind of Damascus because the way that it's hammered out, maybe if I remove that, it's a little better. Okay, you can see the lines there. The way it's hammered out, they're all parallel to the edge, roughly. I personally like to see something more along the lines of like a ladder pattern where they almost create like the image of a sawtooth edge. I mean, it's not sawtooth, but they have that imagery, or a raindrop pattern. I don't know if I have one out to show you right now. I probably have to dig around. Let me see here. Oh wait, here's a Damascus steel. That's just, of course, I drop everything. This one's a Damascus steel blade. And you can see the pattern first of all, it's acid. They use acid to bring the individual layers out more. And you can see how it's not like perfectly straight lines or perpendicular to the blade edge. And what this does is when you have a pattern like this, different steels create a much toothier edge, which I believe is a lot better when it comes to actual usage. Whereas if you were to sharpen the blade the way this one is, you're just going to be kind of alternating between the two steels. You really like which one? You're talking about the... Are you talking about this kit, Mike? If you're talking about that kit, I can put a link down. I'll put it in the description also. I didn't think to put it in the description right away. But there's a link to this one right here. And also, like I mentioned before, there are two different choices. You have the ox bone or the standard bone. I don't know the differences. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. I don't really see the differences between the ox bone and the regular bone, aside from a couple bucks difference. Before I forget, let me go ahead and I'll just throw the link in the description as well, because I know as I'm going through this, things are going to kind of, things are going to scroll. Let me just fix that description. And I'll put that same link. There we go. All right, so if you wanted to refresh, the link is in the description now. It should be the first on that set of links there. Is the belt clip the difference? It was hard to see. I see they're all going to be liner locks from the looks of it. See a lanyard. You know, I don't know. Huh. Really don't know. I personally like the ebony wood because nothing against the bone. I don't know what their bone is like. Obviously I didn't buy the bone version. I might have to get one in the future just to check it out. But the reason why I didn't go with bone is I just wanted a less chance of any cracking. Because, you know, the way the weather's been, cold, hot, and then as I'm torquing, you know, screwing things down, if you're not careful, bone can crack. Wood can, I mean, anything really can. Heck, I had a G10 scale crack on me. But I think bone has more of a tendency to crack if you're not careful. That might not be the case on theirs. I don't know until I can get my hands on one of them. It could be a very thick, solid bone. There was one other consideration that I didn't mention. I was thinking of getting another one in bone, obviously, but the other thought was with bone, you can also dye them different colors, like how Case will dye their bones. This one's an antique, which they dyed to look like an antique bone, or like the crimson bone that I have here from Case. They dyed this red, and not only did they dye this red, but they also jigged it. That the jigging is the texturing that you see there, and then they burned it. So you get a really deep black on that bone with the dyed red, which looks absolutely fantastic. So that's other stuff that you can do with the bone scales that I didn't think about. Is you can dye them different colors if you know how to dye the scales. You can possibly toast them. You can even possibly do some scrimshaw on it or some etching on the bone and come up with your own designs, because from the looks on the website, the bone on the JIN Vaquero kit it looks pretty smooth. So that's one thing to consider. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing any etching, dyeing on ebony, but ebony wood happens to be one of my favorite woods when it comes to a lot of things, guitars, knife scales, things like that. So that's why when I saw they had ebony wood, I had to go with it. I still might pick up a bone one in the future. Heck, I might even think about, maybe that's something I should do. Pick a bone one up and then dye it a different color, because I still have that RIT dye that I haven't done a thing with. Now, here's a close-up on that ebony wood. Really nice and dark. A hair of brown in there. Just a little bit. You got the scale on the side and the unpolished side there. You can see a lot more lighter streaks on the unpolished side. And we have metal liners. So I think this is going to match up with this one since they had that together. And we have, trying to be careful with pulling these out, and I just wanted to pop out the other liner with the liner lock itself. Now, I have my own toolkit, but when you pick up a JIN kit like this, and we're going to try to arrange these in a way that isn't going to be too confusing. There we go. Now, I have my own toolkit that I'm using. However, from what I understand, and it was the case with that other smaller rhino that I put together, it comes with everything you need, including the tool to put the knife together. Just trying to squeeze everything together so that way it's all in one spot. Now, this should be a box of like screws, bearings, and other things, as well as, yep, there we are. So it gives you even the tools to put this together, and even some pivot oil. So you don't have to worry about going around and, acquiring all these things, like I need a tool or I need pivot oil. Don't have to worry about it. It comes with literally everything you could possibly need. Hey, Ronald, how you doing? Glad you could make it. We are putting together a JIN Vaquero kit knife from Amazon. There is a link below in the description if you just got here, if you're interested. So we've got here some knife oil with a spout. The knife oil bottle you kind of have to put together. It's a very little amount of oil, but I still have the bottles from the other kits that I've got. There's more than enough oil in here to do a good few knives. It doesn't look like a whole lot, but you can do a lot with just what little's in there. We have 2 Torx drivers. My guess is I don't know what size that is. I was thinking a 6 and an 8, but is that a 6? That's small. The green one I'm looking at. I don't know what that is, but I do have my own set. But again, if you don't have your own set, it does come with tools. I see the pocket clip already. We have a couple, or looks like 3 screws. We have your microfiber cleaning cloth, which is actually quite a nice cloth. And we have more screws, pivot assembly, ball bearings, some standoffs, a couple washers, and what I believe to be a spacer. Yep, it's basically a spacer for when you put your pocket clip on. There's an inset, I believe, or here it is. Yeah, that would fit in. I'm just guessing. And it's in the box still. Okay. And instructions, which really help. Okay, so we're going to put some of this stuff to the side. I'm probably not going to use. Put these away. I've got my own pivot oil, but we'll use their pivot oil. Just because. Alrighty. So we got everything. Here's the instructions. Let's see here. And they go pretty precisely step by step on exactly what you need to do. Now, this shouldn't be a very difficult thing to put together. As you can see, not too many steps. This is a liner lock, so it's you don't have to worry about springs or anything. It's not a crossbar or anything like that. It's your standard liner lock. Now, according to this, we are going to, let's see here. Let's start in the beginning. I always thought this is fun. Okay, so we're looking at the pivot as well as one of the number 10 screws and then some standoffs. So we are looking at the portion of the liner that's got the liner lock in there, which is this one. Let's take this apart. Take it out of the bag. There we go. And one thing I like to do is I like to give it a little bit more. I like to force a little bit more of a bend. And there's a reason for that. I have another Seagull from Kaiser that I'm waiting for a replacement liner because it doesn't lock up completely. And one of their suggestions was to put a little bit more of a bend in the liner lock, which I did, but it's still not functioning right. We are going to, let's see. Let's move that out of the way. The scale sits on the back. Where's the cloth? I'm going to need this because I'm fingerprinting everything. Actually, I have another cloth that was sitting here just a moment ago. There it is. So I'm fingerprinting the hell out of everything. I just want to try to keep this as clean as possible when I put these pieces together. I don't want to leave too much oil in places that are going to be hard to access. Okay, so this scale goes on this side. Let's put those together for now. And we need number 12 and number 10. They don't really, I mean, they number them, but they don't, it's not like they have a number on the screw. I'm going to have to go by the shape of what I'm staring at. And from the looks of it, we are looking at a pivot screw, a regular screw, and some standoffs. I don't know if these pieces are all in the same bag. So there's a little fiddling around that we have to figure out, because I have no idea. It does have a dome to the top of it, so I'm looking for a screw that's not entirely flat. I'm looking for a screw that's got a little bit of a dome to the head. And I think I found it. God, these things are tiny. The hardest part about this, and I should probably be using a tray. That would be the smart thing to do. There we go. That I need. And then, actually, hold on. Let me grab a tray. Let's get this out on a tray. You'd think I'd know better since I work on PCs. That I should have had these out before I even began. I got some magnetic trays. So we are going to take that screw, put you on a magnetic tray, and we're going to dump the rest of them out here. There we go. Separate those. Oh, there's dust on this tray. I haven't used this tray in a while. Okay, we are looking at this piece, I believe. Yeah. We'll get that piece, I believe, as well as that screw. And then we need 2 standoffs. So there's one standoff. There's another standoff. And I think that's all we need right now. That works for me. Okay, so again, wiping everything down. Hey, Stu, how you doing? Let's carefully move that off to the side before I knock that into oblivion. I don't want to spend my entire stream looking for screws. Okay. So making sure this is nice and clean. We're going to take our pivot, put that through the scale, and then we're going to put that through. Now there's a flat part to this pivot that we're going to need to line up. It looks like it faces that way. There we go. So we got our pivot there. And then we're going to need the screw. What size is this screw? This looks to be itty bitty. Now I believe that's a T6 is my guess. And I am right. That is a T6. And that is going to go through this hole right there. So, oh, darn it. I dropped the pivot. Let's try that again. Put that through scale, through the pivot. And then this screw is going to go right there. We'll back that off, make sure that it's set, then tighten it down. I'm not going to be using any Loctite. I might use Loctite after I have everything functioning on some of the screws. Although I have to admit, even on my previous kit knife, I didn't use any Loctite and it's holding up perfectly fine. Then I'm going to wipe off some fingerprints that I have all over the place. There we go. And then we're going to lay this down, and then I'm going to put the standoffs and just sit them on top as they have in the diagram. So that standoff there. And standoffs are essentially spacers. And why are my notifications on? Go away. And that spacer goes there. So we got our spacers on. And now we are looking at putting a ceramic ball bearing on with a washer on after that. And now the hard part is trying to figure out how the bearing goes on. Because there's two different faces to the bearing. You have kind of a flat side with the ball bearings, and then you have, I'm going to call that like the cup side. Now they don't really detail how that goes in. I'm trying to verify through the picture how that might work. Because the ball bearings, you kind of want to make sure they're the right way. And they're kind of hard to tell in the photo. Let me see if they show anything online real quick. Because I want to make sure I get this right. And now I haven't, I should have probably watched a video on this. I did not watch a video. Because the hard part is trying to figure out, like I said, I'm trying to figure out which way the bearings are supposed to face. And I'm not getting a whole lot of detail. Not yet, anyway. So I'm trying to figure out, let's see, okay, that doesn't help me at all. Let's try this question. I'm just going to ask a general correction, or a general question. So orientation of the ball bearing can be adjusted without impacting knife ball bearings, blah, blah, blah. They don't really say. They appear to be able to go any which way, which seems kind of odd. I'm going to do it the way I thought I remembered in other knives. I'm going to place the cup side away and towards the scales. So in this case, the cup side. Hold on, let me see if I'm oriented on the camera here. Have I made a knife out of computer RAM? No, Cody, not yet. I have a computer RAM knife thing. So this cup side, I'm going to face towards, or I guess away from the blade. So this is going to face down. And then on top of that, I'm going to be placing a washer, I believe. Where's my instructions? Yeah. So we're going to put that cup side down. We're going to place a washer on top of that. And then we have a stop pin that goes in this little hole right there. And then we're going to apply some of the oil that they have in the kit. We're going to use the oil they have in the kit. Which it's a perfectly fine oil. I've actually used this on a few knives. Because the oil that I have, the KPL, is pretty expensive. This is a perfectly fine oil. It works. I don't have any problems with it. So again, like I said, you don't have to worry about buying anything extra when you get one of these kits, which is something that I absolutely love. I like that they include everything. And then there's no question of like, oh no, I need that set of tools. Now I got to spend another $30, $40 on tools, some of which I might never use, etc., etc. So we just put the spout on the little bottle of oil. We're going to put a couple drops where the bearings and washers at. I'm just going to put one on each side. And then the little detent ball that's on the liner lock, we're going to put a drop right there. Now, it does say do so in the instructions, but that's something I learned a while ago. A nice drop of oil on that detent ball there works wonders. I moved one of my standoffs, so we're going to put that back over there. I want to lose that. So there we go. No worries, starting supper. I haven't even had lunch. I'm having leftover spaghetti. Okay, so we got the standoffs on. We got the stop pin there. Let's see if I can pick this up without dropping everything. We got the bearing and the washer there. I put a drop of the detent ball. There's the stop pin. There's the two standoffs. There's the one screw that I screwed in. Now we're going to gently wipe off any areas where I might have had some oil. Oops, standoff fell off. And then what we're going to do is we're going to then put the blade on. Now we got to be careful. This thing is probably pretty sharp. Yeah, Snake, I am putting a knife together. This is from a knife kit called the JIN Vaquero. It's on Amazon. They run, this one in particular runs about $67. Has a Damascus steel blade. And I'm putting it together. Comes in a kit with everything that you need, including tools. I did put a link down below. If you're interested, Mike had asked about a link. I put one in chat, but I did put it in the description. So if you're curious on picking one up for yourself, you have a link there. They have two other types. This one is an ebony wood. And then they have another one that's a couple bucks cheaper, comes in ox bone, and another one that comes in regular bone, which I'm not sure what the differences are, to be quite honest. Okay, I'm just wiping the blade down at the pivot, making sure I don't have any fingerprint juices in there. And then following the instructions, this one is going to lay right on top. Okay, so we are putting that. Yeah. Usually they have a sticker here, but there's not a sticker there. We're going to lay this on top, like so. And we'll make sure that we got the pin behind the little cutout of the blade. And then we are going to put another washer down first, I believe. Yes. So we have another washer. We're going to put that down. And then this one is going to be, I'm going to put it cup side up. The ball bearings are going to go just like that, opposite of how I did the other ball bearing. So that's just going to drop in just like so. And then we're going to add a little bit of oil, a couple drops on each side, or I put the washer and ball bearing. There we go. Any excess will spill out, and then you just wipe off. Okay, so we got that part. Now this one, like I said, it shouldn't be too difficult. And then we are going to put the other liner on. Essentially, knives are kind of like a sandwich. We're just putting all the meat and stuff together. So I'm going to clean off the other side of the liner, make sure I've removed any of my fingerprints. You're mad with Amazon right now? Uh-oh. What did Amazon do? I'm sorry. You ordered a modern tactical katana for 160 and a Dojo Tyrannosaurus 9.2. I don't know what the 9.2. I'll have to take a look. All right. So this then is going to sit on top, and actually I should probably be prepared with some screws, because let's see. Now the two screws that it has here, from the looks of it, they're also going to be T6s, because I noticed it even color coded, since your tools that it comes with are color coded. It's showing you the green tool, which is the smaller of the two that they give you. So that was a T6. So then I'm looking for two flat screws or flathead type screws that are T6s as well. And again, I don't plan on putting any Loctite in until I have everything together. I want to make sure everything's all set. Now I'm trying to determine if there's other different sizes, but I don't really notice much of a difference in some of these. All I know is that the screw itself is going to be a T6 and flat. So is that a T6? Yes, that's a T6. So that'll go there. Now, does it say anything about putting? No, it doesn't. Okay. So this will actually screw on. The liner screws on separate. Again, trying to be very... Oh, god dang it. The standoffs shifted as I was trying to put this on. So, pivot. Where's the blade stop? Here's the blade stop. Okay. So you got everything on. You know what? Because this is sitting under the liner. No, I don't want to use it yet. I was thinking of going ahead to use the Loctite, but we'll wait. We'll be patient. I want to make sure everything works before I Loctite anything. I might not even bother Loctiting, depends on how it goes. Now, applying some pressure, because there's a little bit of spring tension because of the lock. It's wanting to press up, so I'm having to hold it down. And then I'm trying to settle the screw in, because I don't want to cross thread. Oh, God. I hope I have the right one. This does seem a little thick. That's what she said. I have a feeling it's not the right screw. This one's a little smaller. Let's see if that fits in. It's a little thinner screw. Yep, that's the one. So I had the wrong screw initially. So we're just gonna carefully finger tight, and we're gonna grab another one of those. That's gonna go on this side. Okay, I'll finger tighten that one, and finger tighten this one. There we go. So now I am going to, again, wipe off. Oh my God. I just realized they're not screwed on the other side. So I'm trying to figure out how this holds together. So I just realized that popped out. These aren't very long screws. So how does that... Did I miss something? Oh my God, did I miss something? No? Doesn't say anything. Assemble the bone scale with a scale screw, then put the pivot screw in place. How is there not screws on the other side? Why are there not screws on the other side? Because that pivot wouldn't hold together. That's weird. Hold on. Do I have another set of screws here? I do. Okay, so we might have little laps in the in the instructions. I just realized, because I realized that the other side of the scale is not being held by anything. I mean, this sucker's going to pop right out, which is, in my opinion, very, very odd. Okay, we're going to have to reverse some stuff. Now, I don't recall running into any problems with the Rhino. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave this as is. I'm going to go ahead and remove this. Now, the standoffs came up. The stop pin came up. We're going to remove the blade carefully. I said carefully. This thing's sharp, so there we go. And then we are going to... I need a piece of plastic. There it is. Now the scale is screwed on the other side. I gotta be careful because I might drop that bearing that's on there. Okay, so when it said to put the standoffs on the liner, it didn't say to screw them in with anything. But I think that may have been missing from the instructions. Okay, I'm gonna have to unscrew these. I think these standoffs have to be screwed into the liner from the other side, because they seem to have omitted that from the instructions. And I realized without them being screwed in, they're going to kind of fly all over the place. That scale is not going to stay. Okay, so we have the standoffs. Let's see. Put that there. I want to attach standoffs to this. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we were missing something. Standoff, and we're going to screw this one in this time. Now, I don't know if they were just omitted, but you do have, I did notice I have enough screws. That little bag of screw with those 3 screws, I think are just extras. Okay. So that standoff is now screwed in as opposed to just sitting on the liner. We will screw this one in. So good thing to know. Oops. Is that apparently a little bit of the instructions was omitted. Oh, darn it. Get on the driver. There we go. Because otherwise, this side of the scale would have been held on by nothing but the pivot point, which did not make sense to me. I'm going to look at the instructions again because I could have sworn it didn't say anything about screwing these in place. So I'm just going finger tight again. All right. So now the standoffs are screwed in, which is not what it said to do. Yeah, it's not, doesn't say anything about it. Assemble the right bone scales. It just shows putting the line. Okay. Yeah. Doesn't say anything about it. That's weird. All right. We're going to put that scale back on now, which is this one. Let me wipe off my fingerprints again. I'm going to add more oil as well. So I'm wiping off the oil now that's on there. Okay. Got it. Now we got to go put the bearings, stop pin, and everything back on. So, actually, before we do that, let's just screw this bad boy back on the scale. There we go. So yeah, if we're going to be buying one of these and putting it together, keep in mind that they may have omitted something from, god darn it. Let's clean that off again. That they may have omitted something from the instructions. Okay, just loosely finger tight because I got to get this pivot back in there. There we go. And then I'm just going to re-oil after wiping my fingerprints off this. So that's good to have figured out. Okay. And this is why I haven't Loctited anything down yet. Again, I still might not. Now we got to put the bearing. I'm putting cup side down. Cup side down. And where'd that washer go? Thought I had the washer on here. Do I not have the washer there? This is going to be fun. We got that there. I didn't drop anything. I know I didn't drop anything. Stop pin. Where's the washer stuck to the blade? It could be stuck to the blade. I'm gonna be really careful here. Washer is stuck to the blade. We're gonna just go ahead and put that on. I'm gonna just apply oil. Hold on. Yeah. Let's put some oil on there now. So I'm not gonna be able to reach in there. So we're gonna apply more oil here. Just a drop on each side. And make sure there's oil on that detent ball. The washer is already still attached to the blade, so I'm not worried about it. There we go, and line that down. Okay. Now with that down, actually, shoot. Let me look to see where all my fingerprints are. I'm weird when it comes to my fingerprints, because I know the oil's on my finger. My body chemistry, I have probably more corrosive oils and sweat than your average person. So if I'm not careful about removing fingerprints and leaving them there, there's a chance that they could cause corrosion. Not everybody's the same way. Just primarily me. Okay. So that's there. We're putting the washer cup side up. One more drop of oil on each side. There's a lot of oil on this right now. I'm fine with that. I'd rather have too much that I can wipe off later than not enough. Okay, now we can go ahead and put this scale on. Don't drop the screw. You were ready to finish your knife? Hey, Polly, how you doing? Sorry I missed you there. This is fun. Other than the fact that I noticed that it seems to be missing something in the instructions. And the nice thing about doing something like this is you get a better understanding on how certain things work. Like this, for example, this liner lock. And like the one I did before was a button lock, a plunger lock. And it's just a neat way of learning a little bit more how things work. And have fun doing so. Okay, so I'm going to need that fella. I'm risking something here because this thing pops. These things are flying all over the place. Trying to get this settled in. Now, okay, got that settled in. Just gonna finger tight. There we go. Just enough to keep the blade from flying everywhere. And second screw goes in that hole. All right. And make sure all this is lined up. The stop pin seems to be off just a hair. It's not closing all the way. There we go. Okay, stop pin is in there. Now I'm going to tighten these the rest of the way. Always being careful of that blade. Okay, so there we go. So now that's screwed on. Oh, nice detent. And again, like I said before, it looks like what we were missing is it doesn't tell you to screw these standoffs in from the other side, which would have really helped instructions, but we figured it out. So yay. Okay, so that's in. I'm going to wipe off the rest of my fingerprints on this side. And then we are going to put the scale on the other side. So we got the other scale. That's going to sit right there. And the screw we need has a little rounded head on it. That would be it. Now, off the bat, admittedly, my first complaint, other than the omission in the instructions, is that these are using a lot of T6s. I would have preferred T8s, but that's kind of a minor thing. It's just my preference, really. Okay, again, finger tight for the scale. There we go. Now the scale's on. And then we can put the other part of the pivot. We can put the other side of the pivot on. Now this is going to be the part that you're going to be probably doing a lot of fiddling with. Okay, that's going to need the T8. And again, it does come with your tools, which is really cool. I just prefer mine. It's a T9. T8. I do have this set of tools in the link below, or in the description below if you guys are curious. I finally got my own set because I saw a lot of knife YouTubers, a lot of other people that just love this set. I can understand why now. It's just a nice, simple set. And I just really like it, especially this little stubby thing. Works really well. Yeah, we're going to settle the screw in and tighten it. Now this, like I said before, this pivot screw is going to be the one that you're going to fiddle around with probably the most, because this is going to set the tension on your blade and how well it moves and, you know, swings around. Too tight and it's not going to have a, you know, very easy movement. Too loose and you're going to have a lot of blade play. So you don't want to over tighten it. One way I also figure out how tight it needs to be is I'll go and look at the blade from this point of view and see how well centered it is. Now it's looking pretty well centered. If I over tighten or if it's over loose, that blade will swing one way or another. Like it'll be closer to one side than it is the other. And a good baseline is just center it by loosening or tightening your pivot screw and then testing it out and going from there. So right now it's pretty well centered. I'm going to go ahead and open the blade up. It moves nice and smooth. I'm going to wiggle the blade, or try to. No movement. That's good. So I'm not getting any wiggle. Nice lockup. No movement side to side or up or down. So as far as the tension of that pivot is concerned, we might have it. Let me go ahead. I'm going to push the liner off to the side. And it closes easily enough. Again, blade centered really well in that well. Really nicely in the well. Able to reverse flick it. The hole is a little on the small side, but I was able to reverse flick without a problem. I had a little slip there, but otherwise not bad. Okay, it looks like, let's see, we might be done. And again, like I said, we're going to have, well, not almost done. We're going to have some extra bits, which is always good. I'm trying to figure out where those screws go to. Oh, you know what those screws are for? Aha, okay. Right. Now, comes... Oh, you know what? They don't mention this. Really? Okay, so another thing omitted from the instructions. So you're going to have a piece like this. Okay? And that... Let me close this blade before I slice myself open. That is going to fit. You notice 2 slots here. That is going to fit on either one of those slots, depending on how you want to carry the blade. Now, I carry right side tip up. So in this case, I believe... Let's see, where's the pocket clip? Okay, so I carry right side tip up, so I'd want the pocket clip on this side. Now, looking at the pocket clip, this also slots in. So we're going to go ahead and put that on this slot. There we go. And then this is essentially just a cover. Since you have that open slot here where the pocket clip isn't going to be, you can just fill that in. It's like a base plate, like a cover plate. It fills that hole nicely. That's kind of neat. That's what these screws are for. It didn't say this in the instructions. Or did I miss it somewhere? No, it doesn't mention it. Poopy head. Oh. Okay, well, there's something. Why is that there? Oh, I thought this was the very first step. For some odd reason, the first step's over here. I should have started this way. Instructions, you got your parts list, explosion breakdown. There's where it tells you to screw the standoffs in. That's where they tell you to screw the standoffs in. And then, this is where I started. I should have started there. Okay, so that's where it tells you to screw the standoffs in, and then you go to there. That's why the standoffs were already in place. Okay, so they didn't omit the standoff part. That's good to know. The only thing they are omitting is the pocket clip. So we are going over how to do the pocket clip. So like I said, the pocket clip slips into the slot right there, whichever side you want, and then that little metal piece essentially just fills in the other slot, so it's not just an open hole. And we have 4 screws in here that are T6s again. Well, I'm going to grab my T6. And we're going to start by screwing the plate in. I'm just going to go finger tight. Excuse me. I'm trying to be very careful because, again, like I said, this is ebony wood. I don't want to crack the wood or anything like that. You'll want to be cautious if you get the bone version. You don't want to crack the bone. So just finger tight. Okay. There we go. Is that a different type? Okay, there we go. And then we are going to screw in the pocket clip. Thankfully, they have a little slot that these screws will fit through. Okay. I'm noticing something different about the screw. There we go. That goes in there. Then this one. Go in there. Just finger tight. There we go. We're done. Hey, now, interestingly enough, I didn't see one in this kit, but they list a lanyard, a leather lanyard, and possibly a bead. I did not have a leather lanyard or bead. That doesn't really bother me because I don't use lanyards on my knives anyway. So I don't know if that's. Let me look at the Amazon listing because I think the lanyard and the bead only come with the bone. Yeah, okay, I see it. So the ebony wood version that I have does not come with a lanyard and the bead. The ox bone and the other bone version do come with the leather lanyard and bead. So if you go with the ebony wood like I did, don't expect to see that, because I just noticed on Amazon it doesn't show it there. If you do crack the scale, you could always make another one if you're if you're savvy enough to do so. I am not, but I do like the ebony wood. So let's go over this knife. So we just finished putting this together. This is the JIN Vaquero. The JIN Vaquero. Now, like I do with every knife, we're going to go over some stats on this one. Everything was found on Amazon. Price on this at the time that I got it was $66.99, so 77 bucks. The ox bone, for whatever reason, is $64.99. The regular bone is the same price. I got the ebony wood. Now we do have full metal liners. It is a liner lock knife. Thumb holes for deployment, and we have 2 standoffs like you saw there. Reversible pocket clip, which is really nice. The blade itself is a Damascus steel blade. Now, it's not like, I suppose if I wanted to etch this with some type of acid, the blade would show the Damascus a little better. There we go, reverse flip. But as you can see here, you can still see it in the mirror polish. It's not my favorite type of Damascus pattern, but still pretty neat in my opinion. I prefer my pattern to go somewhat, what's the word? What's the opposite of parallel? I'm losing words. The stray or the lines on the Damascus are going roughly parallel with the edge of the blade. I prefer them to be going the other way. But that's minor. You're probably paying, like the other kits that I've seen from JIN, usually are roughly around like $30 to $50. You're probably paying a little extra on this particular model for the Damascus steel. If we look closely here, we have the branding on the blade there, JIN, and on the other side, Damascus. What is that on the bottom there? 010R. I'm assuming that is a part number. I'm gonna guess. So we're just gonna wipe this blade off. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wax the blade, because I'm guessing their Damascus steel is along the lines of your typical Damascus, which is a stainless, pattern welded to with a high carbon non-stainless steel. That's my guess. I couldn't find too much detail on how they do their Damascus. Before I do that, though, let's take a look at the rest of the features of the knife. Nice pocket clip, pretty stiff. I do like how they have it. It's relatively deep carry. Yeah, pretty deep carry there. And you have a little bit of a lift at the end, and then it flattens out, which I really, really like. And the full metal liners on this extend past the scales, as you can see. So you are going to feel the liners when you hold the knife. However, The liners are done really well, nice and smooth edges, nicely rounded edges, no sharp edges on this whatsoever. So it makes it actually pretty comfortable to hold. I can get a full Gorilla Grip on this handle, which is actually, it's actually really nice. I can get a full Gorilla Grip on there. You don't have a finger choil. You have a bit of a sharpening choil. I don't even know if I'd call it a sharpening choil. Kind of weird. But so no finger choil on the blade. It doesn't really matter because I can get a full grip on that. I have about medium large hands. They're not very large, but medium to large hands. And I can get a nice grip on this. Now, the way I normally hold a knife, there's no jimping on the spine of the blade. It is smoothed out, though. Again, no sharp edges on the spine. So actually pretty comfortable to hold. I do like the sheep's foot profile. Personally, it's my favorite profile for utility, just general utility. And pretty decently thick stock. I really wish I knew more about the type of metal that they used. I'd like to know more. Now, like I showed when I put this together, there was no movement on the blade, left or right, up or down. So I got that pivot down just where I needed it to go. When it was closed, everything was perfectly centered. Again, I would screw the pivot in until it was centered, and then I'd go from there. I would adjust from that point. Mine just turned out to work really well once I got it centered in there. Now, with the thumb hole, it's a little on the small side. However, I was able to ride that blade upwards with my thumb. Reverse flicking is not an issue. Again, still on the small side, but it's not hard to utilize, which is really, really nice. Nice solid click on that lockup. Looking at the lockup itself, we're looking at the liner. The liner sits pretty nicely under that blade. It might need a little break in, but it feels pretty good. I mean, ooh. There we go. Yeah. I would have liked a slightly larger thumb hole. I noticed that if I don't get my nail in there right, my finger slips out. So nice lockup on that. Pretty decent. I like how it has a nice generous cutout here. So I'm not digging my nail in to open up the liner lock. It's got a nice cutout. I can just use my the pad of my thumb to press down the liner, so I'm not fighting that in any way. Nice detent on this as well. Blade is not falling out. This is a pretty nice kit knife. Like, okay, ebony wood scales, Damascus blade. I mean, right in line with the cost. I mean, $60 roughly. I could imagine picking this up. Now, granted, it's a smooth, plain ebony, which I like, but that can give you some room for like embellishments or some customization if you're into, like, say, etching wood or things like that, carving wood. The scales aren't the thickest, but I still feel it gives you a little bit of leeway if you wanted to put a design in there. Now, I'm not artistic enough to really do that. I prefer a nice, clean scale on this one. But I could see where somebody could probably have quite a bit of fun putting their own design on this. Not bad at all. Now, like I said before, the edge feels sharp. We're gonna play around with that edge. Let's see just how sharp this sucker was out of the box. Where's my magazine? My slowly dying magazine. Let's see how the edge is, that factory edge is. Now, you saw my last Rhino. or my last kit knife. This was the Rhino. This is the first one I put together. You saw how well and nice and sharp that blade is. This one is a 2-inch blade, I believe. This one is a 2 3/4 inch blade on the Vaquero. And the Rhino was a button lock. Well, you saw how sharp earlier that blade was. Let's see how this one goes. I love the feel of going through paper like this with a very sharp edge, and that just swims through. And I'm trying to go from the base all the way to the tip. That is a nice sharp edge. A little tear there, but I don't think I caught anything there. I'm not feeling any. I'm trying to be very careful to see if I feel any point where it kind of snags, and I'm not feeling anything. Okay, that one. Now there is a bit, like I said, a bit of a choil there, and I caught that, and that's where I got that tear. But otherwise, that edge is nice. Very impressed with it. Now, great factory edge on that. I'm giving it tons of points for that one. The only qualm, like I said before, I have with this blade is I kind of wish that the Damascus was patterned differently. Admittedly, I would have liked more the pattern more to be like a ladder pattern or even a raindrop pattern. Would have been really nice. The reason why I'm not fond of this parallel pattern is, like I said, generally with Damascus, there are alternating bits of high carbon steel and stainless steel. And if you're to sharpen a knife like this with this type of pattern, you're kind of going, depending on how far you go, you're going to be kind of alternating between the two. Now, this is just the surface pattern. I don't know how it is deeper in the blade, but you're kind of going to be alternating between the high carbon and the stainless steel, if that's how that's made. Again, I still have a lot of questions on this one. Yeah, it's a little hard to tell that this one's Damascus. Hey, Sirens, because it's very highly polished. First of all, it's got a really nice mirror polish to it. So you can just barely tell that it is Damascus steel. I believe, like, I'm tempted, because I put this together. I'm actually really tempted. One thing that you could possibly do is if you have, like, I'm debating, like, even vinegar. I've heard of people like forcing a patina using vinegar because vinegar is acidic. And I'm wondering, now I don't know if I want to do that yet, but I'm wondering if I can get the pattern to come out more, or make it more prominent if I were to let this sit in a little bit of vinegar. I would have to take the knife completely apart and then, just put the blade itself and let it rest. I don't know exactly how I do it if I were to do it, but I've heard of people doing it. If that's something you want to try, I would suggest looking up some guides online on how to properly do that, because I know some people have put forced a patina on some of their high carbon steel knives by using vinegar, or even just sticking the knife into like a lemon or something, because the acidity of the lemon will start to slightly corrode the more susceptible high carbon steel. And you just got to be really good with your timing. You don't want to let it sit too long. Obviously, too short, nothing's going to come out well, but you don't want to sit it too long. And then when they're done cleaning off the blade entirely, really well, soap, water, and then making sure you have the blade oiled or waxed immediately after, once it's dry. So it's a thought, but I don't know if it's something I'm going to do yet. Now, I am seeing very faint grain lines on the spine, which I would like to say would tell me that it definitely is a Damascus steel and not just like a fake Damascus where they, make it look like it's Damascus with some type of printing process, like etching or like laser etching or something. So that's good to know. Huh. I'm pretty impressed. Fruit patinas are very nice. Yeah, that's another way of doing it is cutting fruit with a knife and letting them kind of patina naturally that way. Because I've heard of them, like I said, I've heard of people like sticking this in sticking a knife in an orange, letting it sit in an orange for several minutes or a lemon or something like that, and then they will clean the knife off and then make sure it's well oiled. Now, speaking of well oiled, because this is a Damascus knife, I'm going to go grab some wax, and we are going to wax the blade. There we go. I had a cloth that I was using for wax. So I don't like you. There we are. I don't like using my microfiber cloths for this. I have so many microfiber cloths, but I realized that I was like being really frivolous with using them and then just tossing them when I thought they lost their usefulness. But now I'm starting to run out of. I've used, annihilated, and I'm starting to run out of microfiber cloths, or at least I don't have as many as I used to. Now I know that the wax is going to dull the look of the blade. I don't care. I'm more about protecting the blade itself from any corrosion. I'm going to make sure I get some into the thumb hole. Just get my finger into that hole. It's a little tight. Anyway. So just a thin coat of wax, making sure I cover every bit. And I got to be careful because that, like I said, that blade is sharp. I have sliced my finger doing this before. Not fun. And then also, as an extra precaution, I did put drops of oil when I was putting this together on the pivot, like they instructed. But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put one more drop on either side here. On one side and the other side where the pivot's at. And then we should be good. No, I use Wicked Wax mainly because I have so much of these little things around and they last for freaking ever. So it's not like I use Wicked Wax because it's the best stuff in the market. It's good stuff. I'm not going to say it's bad. It's actually really good stuff. But the only reason why I haven't gotten any other wax to try is because I have so much of this. It'd be a waste not to use it and then buy more when I have plenty of that wax on hand. But it is really good stuff. It is really good stuff. This is pretty nice. A little confusion at the start, realizing that's not my fault because I started in the wrong spot in the instructions. But this is a nice little kit knife. I have to admit, the JIN kit knives have been pretty darn good. Even the small Rhino, and learning how to put together a button lock knife, that's pretty neat. So I've put together that was weird. I put together a button lock knife. I've put together a liner lock knife. This thing was sharp as hell. I believe this was 8CR. Is this? Oh no, 9CR 18 MOV. So, I mean, budget steel, still pretty good. Nice small blade with a front flipper and thumb studs. I can even, if I wanted to, I could remove the thumb studs and just use the thumb hole. But again, like this one, the thumb hole on this is pretty small. I can still reverse flick it, but I mean, thumb studs are there. I can reverse flick off the thumb studs also. Doesn't really matter. I just want to make sure all the parts were there. I figured this is kind of like how they intended, so I left it at that. But the Rhino was really nice with the G10 scales. This is technically it's not my second one from JIN. They do have other kits available that are more like, how do I put this? They're not real knives. They're more like how do I want to call it? Like more kid safe. Like if you want to introduce your kid into putting together a knife, they're a bit more kid safe because they don't utilize a steel blade. They have I believe it's a G10. It's a blade made out of G10 material. And I got my girlfriend a couple of those because she's iffy about using knives. You know, she doesn't want to cut herself, admittedly. And so we got, this one's been sitting on her nightstand. It's a little dusty. We got this one also from JIN. This was a kit knife as well that had to be put together. And it's essentially G10 pretty much all over the place aside from the liner. But this is a rear flipper liner lock. Ooh, I didn't flick it hard enough, really. As you can see, a G10 blade as well as scales. And the funny thing is, it kind of I mean, it's dull. It's not going to really cut anything. I mean, you can slice a banana. But it's a really neat introduction if somebody wants to try putting together a knife but doesn't want to deal with a steel blade at the moment, and you want to introduce them to something like this. This is a liner lock as well. This one was fun to put together. It's a nice fidget toy. Exactly, sir. It's a nice fidget toy. Like I said, my girlfriend's not fond of like liner locks or has never really used a folding knife with a flipper on it before. So I got her this so she can play around with this and just get used to manipulating it. It's a really neat, and even for anybody else, it's just a neat flipper toy. I can fiddle with this all day while, watching a movie on my PC or doing whatever. Yeah, nice little practice knife. And I don't have to worry about like, oh, I closed it on my finger. Okay. So that makes a great little practice knife. It does come to kind of a point. It's still dulled at the end, but not very. I mean, you still do want to be careful. I mean, if I were to force this into something, like I said, this will still probably cut a banana. You can use this to spread butter. I would say it's got a sharper edge than a butter knife, but it is G10, so it won't hold up as well. But nice practice blade. There was this one, and then there was this other JIN that I put together for her. In fact, this is the one I got first until I realized I bought the wrong one. And hey, official Apex Ape, how you doing? This is the one I got her before I found out I got the wrong one. This is a lockback kit that I put together. Probably it's the biggest one of the group. This one also is made out of G10, Camel G10 scales, and a G10 blade. So again, it's another practice blade, but this one's a lockback, so it's not a flipper knife. But it was really neat to put this one together because, again, it's another way to learn how the internals work on a knife like this. So if you're looking at trying to, if you're curious as to how a lockback knife works, you can get one of these. You put it together yourself. It comes all these knives, including the one I just put together. All these knives come with everything you need. You have all the parts. You don't have to do any sanding or anything like that. You're not shaping anything. Every part is pre-done. All you're doing is putting all the parts together. So you have all your parts, you have all your screws, whatever. It even comes with its own bottle of pivot oil to use for the blade. And it doesn't seem like a whole lot in there, but this will do a few knives. It'll do a couple knives, or actually more than a couple knives. And it even gives you the tools that you need, color-coded tools. So you don't have to buy anything extra. Once you've got the kit, you've got everything you need to put one of these things together. You don't have to, there's no hidden costs of getting another set of tools or buying oil or anything like that. But this one was the first one that I got her so she can, you know, I wanted her to get used to like handling a knife, but unfortunately it wasn't a flipper knife. I didn't realize that until we got it. It's a lockback, but pretty darn neat and really well, surprisingly really well made. There's a little bit of play on the plastic one. I don't know if there was any play on this one. No, this one, just a hair of up and down, but not, I mean, I'm really looking for it. So, not bad. I'll be right back because I hear somebody calling my name. So, be right back. Oh, I dropped a box there. Oh, should probably put this down. I heard somebody calling my name. Be right back. Okay, where am I? Sorry about that. Somebody needed help with the TV there. All right, here we go. Bacon cheeseburger time. Ooh, boss, how you doing? Glad to see you here. Same with you, Apex, Mike, everybody. Thank you for joining in. Okay, so where was I at? Oh yeah, so yeah, these were the other JIN kit knives. These plastic, these G10 versions. Really fun little flipper toys. Well, maybe not the lockback, but just an interesting way of learning how these knives work, their internals, and how they're put together. Now, we just put together earlier, what you guys just coming in missed, we just put together this one, the JIN Vaquero. A little bit of a learning experience. Instruction, a little bit of a learning experience in regards to learn how to read the instructions and where to start specifically. I started at the wrong spot, which was why I was missing something. But otherwise, actually not hard to put together. These are actually really easy. It's a fun little project. Other than that little hiccup, didn't really take me all that long. And you got to consider I'm streaming everything and all that other stuff. So, I mean, if you were fully concentrating on putting one of these together, you can do so pretty quickly. It's got a nice heft to it. How heavy is this thing? Now, again, it's like a 2 3/4 inch blade on this. Let's make sure this is centered. That's centered. Or not centered, but zeroed. Where am I at? My fluid ounces? I don't know what's going on here. Okay, that's where I was at. Ounces. That's what we want. Okay, we're zeroed out. So we're looking at 3.67 ounces. So not bad. It's got a nice comfortable weight to it. Really nice blade profile. Again, I love that blade shape. Really easy to utilize. Pretty darn comfortable in the hand. And really excellently sharp edge, factory edge of that. Didn't have to do any honing or anything like that. Again, my only criticisms on this knife. One, the Damascus. Again, I wish that the Damascus patterning was different. The orientation was different. I mean, I can't complain. It's a Damascus blade. It's pretty nice looking still. I would have liked a different orientation to the striations. I would have, or to the pattern. And the mirror polish is actually really nice. It's a little dull because I did wax it. The mirror polish is really, really nice, but it doesn't make the Damascus stand out. You do have to get a pretty good look at the blade to even tell that it's a Damascus blade. So that's one criticism there. The other criticism I have is in the screws. I'd love it if they stuck to one screw size, meaning like just needing a single T8 in order to deal with all the screws, as opposed to having to switch from one size driver to another. And also I would have preferred T8s like they have on the pivot here. On all the screws, it's just a little bit more robust of a driver. T6s can be notorious for being easily stripped, which is again another reason why I'm being very careful when I put this together, that I just do it till it's finger tight. I'm not cranking down or anything. Once it stops, like once it starts feeling like it's getting a little tight there, I don't go very far after that, and I just leave it at that. If I wanted to make it a more solid, if I wanted to, I guess, reinforce that screw, I'd probably just use some blue Loctite rather than really crank down, because I don't want to I don't want to strip any of the T6 screws. And that's my only other criticism on this. I would have preferred T8s. That's the same for any knife. A lot of knives use T6s. It's not just the Vaquero. I have some really expensive knives that are easily twice as costly as this one that still use T8s as well as T6s in their construction. So it's a criticism I have for a lot of knives, not just this one. I just would really like to see T8s used or utilized throughout the entire knife. Other than that, though, very solid lockup, awesome edge, nice weight, good feel. As far as a kit knife is concerned, putting one of these things together, it's pretty cool. This is probably, so far, out of all the kits that I put together, I had the two fidgety ones. I had the Rhino. This one was fun too. This is definitely a really nice one. I really, really like that kit. Do I know the threads? Unless they stated here, no, I don't know the threading. Oh, they do say T6 pan head, T6 dome head. They don't really tell me threads. They don't go into that much detail. Yeah. So I don't know what the particular threading on those are. I don't know if they might have more detail through JIN. I haven't looked, but I have a feeling that you're not going to find too much. Yeah, congratulations! You built your own knife. Now open and close the knife to see if it works smoothly, and just tighten the tightness of the pivot screw to suit your personal preferences. Make sure all your fingers are out of the way, out of the sharp edge when closing the knife. There we go. Once in a while, take the knife apart and apply a drop or two of lubricant to the pivot and detent ball to make opening the knife smoother. Wipe off any excess oil seeping out of the handles. If the pivot screw becomes loose after frequent use, simply disassemble a knife and tighten it up again. I don't think you have to disassemble it to tighten up the pivot screw. Okay. Keep the knife dry during daily carrying as well as when storing it. This is nice. I had this blade open. Let's close that. This is really nice. Like, I've carried this before for shits and giggles, but I haven't really used it much. It's a nice utility blade in a way. I could fathom using this as like my main modern carry, and I'd still have I'd still have a traditional in my pocket. But like you know how I normally would carry my like a Spyderco or my Kaiser or something, I could easily make this a put this in my daily rotation and throw this in the. I'd be perfectly fine with this thing. Now, again, I don't know the construction of the Damascus, so in terms of how well this edge is going to hold up and how easy it is going to maintain, strop, or anything like that, um, I can't speak on that because I don't know the metallic composition of the Damascus that they use, the steels that they use. Snake, you said the Damascus. Yes, this is not just like okay, let me show you something. Hold on a second. So, from the looks of it, that knife is a true Damascus blade, meaning they use two different steels. My only problem is I don't know what steels they used. Now, when I was looking at the blade closely, one way to tell a true Damascus blade is to look at the spine. Like, to see, to show that it was actually made. Oh, that's a bad example. Hold on. Let me pull out another knife. Okay. We'll use this one. Now, this one is a Damascus blade. This is one of the ones I got from Chasing Blades, the one of 4. Now, they used 2 different types of stainless steel for this one. And if you look at the spine, okay, if you look at the spine, it's a little easier to tell on maybe this one. Maybe I should get another one. Trying to get the focus. I'm trying to be very careful because this thing's sharp as I'll get out too. Come on, you focused for me before. I don't know why you're not focusing now. You can see lines running up and down there on the spine. Those are the 2 different types of steels that are basically getting smooshed together. Okay. Now it's possible to really polish that out, give it a mirror shine, and minimize the look of those lines on the spine. Keeps going in and out of focus there. But this is one way you can tell. Now, when I was looking at this one that I put together, it's harder to tell on this because they mirror polished it, and so it's very faint. But I did notice lines. I don't know if I can get it to come out on the camera. I did notice patterning on the spine. So it does appear to be actual Damascus. Now, yeah, I can just barely see the lines. It's polished really well. But I can see the lines there. And it's not just from the wax. I'm going to go ahead and wipe the wax off like this. But I can still see a bunch of lines going parallel along the spine. So what I'm gathering from that is that what we have here is actual Damascus steel. The only problem is I don't know the composition. Generally, Damascus steel is going to be a stainless steel and a combination of a stainless steel and a high carbon steel, usually. And they're not terribly expensive. I have a lot of Damascus knives that have costed me around cost me around like $30, 30, 40, 50, some 60. They're not terribly, depending again on the material, you can get Damascus blades for not too much of a cost. Like, let me give you another example of a Damascus blade that wasn't too expensive. I think I got this one for like $30. This one was from Titan Knives. This one is a Damascus steel trapper done in I believe it's a black or blue dyed bone. And I got this trapper for roughly around, I think just under 30 bucks. That gunk on there. Eee. Where'd that come from? This one you can really see the patterning in. And the way they do that is they'll dip the blade in an acidic solution, and the acids will react differently to the two steels that they use. So usually the high carbon will darken a lot quicker than the stainless steel, and that's where you get that patterning. And then you can vary the pattern just depending on how they fold the steel up on itself and things like that, how they fold and twist the steel. This is an example. This is an actual Damascus blade. And they don't have to be very expensive. It depends on the material used to make the Damascus, as well as the manufacturer and how refined they do the blade. These can vary in cost. I've seen Titan knives that run in the a couple hundred. These trappers ran me about 30. I did get these on auction, so I probably paid a lot less through the auction than I would normally through like retail. This one is all stainless steel, so they use two different types of stainless steel, and this one ran about I'm trying to remember, because this is only one of 4 made, and it was a collaboration between Texan Knives and Chasing Blades. I believe this was about $250. I'd like to say it was around $250 with the mesquite handles. So, I mean, it all depends on the type of steels used and things like that. This is an example of a knife that was made to look like it's Damascus. Now, this was a gift from my girlfriend. Well, I don't know if this was made to look like Damascus. Maybe it's just a feather pattern. But usually what they are is it's just a single steel blade, and then what they do is they sort of acid etch in the pattern or laser in the pattern. A lot of times they just use like an acid etching, and they'll just etch a Damascus like pattern onto the blade. This is really probably the only example I have of something like that. Actually, I think they were going more for a feather pattern than a Damascus, but it's essentially gonna. Well, you know what? Here's another one. I have a really cheap knife that I use as an example. Also, here it is. Yeah, here's another example. This is a better example, I guess, because they try to make this look like Damascus. This one is, I don't know if they printed it out. It might have printed that design on the blade. That's not a true one. But this is an example of a knife that they tried to make look like Damascus steel. And usually you can tell by the spine. The spine on this one's painted, so you can't tell. And then if you look at the sharpened edge, you should still be even able to see Damascus patterning on the actual edge of the knife, not just the side. It might be a little hard to tell because they get polished down from sharpening, but you can still, a lot of times you can still see the patterning on the very edge. There's a couple examples right there. These were very inexpensive knives. My girlfriend just thought they were cool, decided to get them for me. I'm not going to turn it away. It's still cool to have. I don't complain. I'm going to put those over there. And then we'll put this back in its sheath. I need to find one that has nickel in it with the Damascus. They look really good. You'll have to send me pics of one. I don't know how the nickel would look in that. I would definitely like to check it out, though. That sounds interesting. Move this out of the way. But there we go. We put the kit knife together. I have, again, there is a link below in the description if you want to try to put one of these together yourself. You do have 3 different versions. I have the ebony wood, and there's an ox bone, and then there's a regular bone. And I believe the ox bone, the regular bone, come with lanyards and a lanyard bead as well. So you get those in the other 2. If you use my link down below, I do get a little bit of, like, I'm talking a little bit of kickback for using my link. Just so you're aware, it is an Amazon affiliate link. So if you want to help support the channel, you can use that link to grab it. If you don't want to use the link, that's fine with me too. What's most important to me, check out the kit. It's pretty darn cool. It's actually a surprisingly nice, well, I shouldn't be that surprised because this one was pretty good. It is a really nice kit knife that you get to put together all by yourself. You get to learn the inner workings of, in this case, a liner lock, or if you go and get yourself the JIN Rhino, you can put together a plunger button lock knife, albeit a little bit small, but still very usable knives. Both of these knives are very usable. I mean, they're knives. They're not toys. Not like the all G10 flipper fidget toy. These are actual knives. You can do work with them. Now, as far as how long and how well this one in particular will hold up, I can't tell you. Again, I don't know the composition of the metal. This one I know is 9CR13 MOV. So, 9CR 18 MOV. Budget steel, but I have had a lot of knives that use the steel. I know how it's going to handle. They don't keep their edge super long, but they're really easy to sharpen and hone to get the edge back. A lot of inexpensive knives use the same steel. So this is essentially like on the low end of when steels start getting decent in terms of budget steels. So still a pretty decent steel even for the Rhino, and just very nice kit knives. I would definitely suggest checking these out if you want to put together your own knife, especially something like this if you're more artistically inclined, because of the fact that you have that space if you want to do your own designs, or if you get the bones, if you want to dye them a different color, because they do come in a natural white. You can dye those bones a different color. You can etch those. You can scrimshaw, I believe. I've never scrimshawed, so I can't tell you if that's enough thickness to the scales to do so, but I would think so. I would think you'd be able to like scrimshaw design out there if you know how to scrimshaw. But otherwise, yeah, very usable knife. I like it. I like it a lot. For a kit knife, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Alrighty, so I'm glad that came in, because to be quite honest, without this one having come in, I wasn't sure what else I was going to do today. Because I didn't have a lot. I actually have more knives coming in next week. And so we'll be able to go over a few new knives. I don't know if I should say, I've got a new tenable coming in. I've got a couple cases coming in. I have a new SRM coming in, which I'm really interested, because it's been a while since I picked up an SRM knife. And so we'll be going over a lot of that next week, hopefully, as long as they make it here on time. As far as I know, they're all shipped. It's just a matter of getting to me. So right now, just open to questions. If you guys have questions on anything that you've seen today, if you guys have questions just on anything in my collection, or if you just want to talk knives in general, I am down for anything. I'm just going to keep this running, and we'll talk about whatever while I play around with these. I wonder what would happen if I stropped this even sharper. That thing was nice and sharp when I got it. but you know me. I get curious. I mean, it was a really good blade. It doesn't need to be stropped, I'll tell you that, but if it's as sharp as it was when I used it out of the box, I mean, being as sharp as it was when I got it out of the box, I wonder how much a small amount of stropping will do. Because that did swim through that paper really easily. And if you're wondering what I'm using a 0.5 micron diamond emulsion on this strop. And like no pressure. Then going to a 0.1. You put a pic of them in Discord? Let me check the Discord. Yeah, I like this knife. This knife is nice. I'm like really impressed. Oh wow. Oh, that's a crazy pattern. Rob Wayman knives? That can't be inexpensive. That's pretty. Those are pretty. That's all I need. Now I got to check out some new knives. Hey, Alani, how you doing? So now I moved on to a 0.1 micron strop. I'm going to do another knife test with this kit knife that we just put together as soon as I'm done stropping this. Now, keep in mind the edge was really nice out of the box. This really didn't need to be stropped, but if I can improve on it even a little, not that it needed it, I'm going to still try. All right. And we do have some extra parts. I do like that they include extra screws, like as a just in case. We did use everything that was, we did use all the parts in putting the knife together, with the exception of the extra screws that you can see there. They give you an extra domed one. They give you an extra one for the liners and the standoffs, and then an extra one for the pocket clip or that spacer that they have in there. Or wait, no. Oh yeah, for the pocket clip. So you got one extra screw of each, which is really, really cool. All right, let's see that magazine paper again. Then we're going to try something different. I joke with Mike from Chasing Blades that he's always when there's something about the feel of an edge like that's just a really good edge going through magazine paper that I just love. Okay, we're gonna try that other test now. I make a joke with Mike from Chasing Blades all the time when he's showing a knife, when he's doing one of his shows and selling a knife. He's always picking it up and he's like, you know, showing the knife off, and he's always rubbing the side or the sides of the knives as he's showing them off. And that's where we got the name, or that's where he got the name for this. Like I said, this was a collaboration, and they called this one of four rubbed worn rubbed worn series, which I thought was hilarious. All because we started making fun of him rubbing the knives so much. He's a great guy. Mike's awesome. Mike and Gary, the brothers that run Chasing Blades and whatnot. They're just great people. They're at a show. They're at a Canton. They're in Canton in Texas. So if you're nearby Canton, they're there all weekend. They have a table there where they're selling their knives. So if you are in the vicinity, or you decide to check out, I don't know what exactly it is. It's like a market, like I don't know if I want to say it's a flea market, but they get a lot there. There's a lot of stalls, people selling their wares and stuff like that in Canton, Texas. They have a table there. I don't know where the table is. I just know that they're there this weekend. But if you happen to be going there, do say hi for me. Let them know that I sent you over there. But that's Chasing Blades is what their booth would, or their table would say, and they have tons of case knives, buck knives, and a bunch of other stuff. Close the knife so I don't cut my. Not closing it yet because I'm going to do a little test. Let me throw this out, that out. Don't need those. One test I like to do. Most knives are used for cutting packages open. Now we already went through that with the we already seen how it went through magazine paper. So obviously cutting through a prime package, no problem. That wasn't even, that shouldn't have even been a question. What I want to do though is this. We're going to grab a toilet paper roll with my hair stuck on it. Go away. Empty toilet paper roll. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way so I don't hit it by accident. Now unsupported, nothing holding it down. Let's see how well this cuts into this. Ah! Nice. I'm trying not to hit my mat. Nice clean edge on the cardboard, and that just bit into it immediately. Really nice edge. That was sweet. And a little bit of cardboard stuck to the blade. Trying to see if there's anything. Did I bend anything? Did I roll anything? I'm not feeling anything. Still smooth as ever. So the cardboard didn't affect it in any way. You'd be surprised at how abrasive cardboard can be. If you really want to wear down a blade pretty quick, just continuously cut cardboard boxes, double-walled cardboard boxes. You'll get a good idea of how good your knife is by how quickly it starts to dull on just cardboard. But that's why a lot of people use cardboard for testing. They'll test to see how long an edge holds out. I'm just doing this now just to clean off any micro stuff I might have done playing around with that cardboard. But awesome edge on this one. I have to say, I know I keep saying it, but that was a fun knife to put together. And the fact that I was able to put this together, and it's a really nice knife on top of that, I am so glad I got this. And just functions really well. Like if the Damascus steel on this one is of a decent quality, this would easily be, maybe $20, $30 more than what I paid for it. And nobody would, if the steel, if I knew what the steel composition was decent, and if the Damascus patterning was different, I mean, this would easily be like an $80 knife. Like case knives, for example, their Damascus steel. Okay, I know I have wax in the hole, so it's a little slippery. Their Damascus steel. I have one case knife with Damascus. That one ran me about just over $200, close to $250. Hell, my concepts on average that I have the Damascus on run roughly around like anywhere from $150 to $200 easy. Like well, I put these knives out of the way. like one of my favorite Damascus knives that I have currently. This one here. This is the Strike Eagle from Concept. Now this is a raindrop pattern. And the interesting thing about Concept's Damascus is they also use 2 types of stainless steel to create their Damascus. And it's just really neat because it makes the Damascus a lot more corrosive resistant than your typical Damascus. But that's a raindrop pattern there. I don't know if I have another pattern. But yeah, this is the Concept Strike Eagle. I didn't forge the blade. The blade came that way. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it would keel. I'm pretty sure it would. But I don't know how well it would hold up to, like, you know, a pig carcass. I'm sure it would poke holes in it, but you're not going to chop one in half with it. Do I have other Damascus? I'm trying to think. I know I have a lot of Damascus fixed blades. I'm just trying to think of other Damascus modern knives that I have, or modern folders, I should say. Concepts. I have. Where's that other Concept that I have? I want and like redid a lot of my stuff. Oh yeah, this is a mini accipiter with a lightning strike. This one's also. Oh, this one's also a raindrop pattern. They're called raindrop patterns because the little circles, kind of like how, like as if rain was hitting the blade. I thought I had another pattern though, but I can't recall where that would be. Oop. I was kind of hoping I had a ladder pattern Damascus so you can see what that looks like. But I don't seem to have a ladder pattern. At least not on hand. I'm trying to think of where I might have a ladder pattern, but I can't think offhand where I might have one. Oop, knuckle. Oh well. Well, I might have to buy myself a ladder pattern. Case has them. I want to pay $300. I don't want to pay $300. Let me look at my other fixed blades. Ugh. Do any of these have a ladder pattern to them? No, those are all. Everything's raindrop. I have so many raindrop pattern Damascus. Not that I don't like raindrop pattern, but kind of wish now I had other patterns other than raindrop. Strength test? I don't know about a strength test. I don't know how that would hold up. I mean, it's a $67 knife, Snake. Now, on top of that, it's a $67 kit knife. Granted, I'm impressed with it. I'm like very impressed with it. I don't know if you guys were here. Can't remember who was here last week. I did show a few knives then. Who was the one that said that they just go fixed, or you know, that's it? They don't like folders. It's fixed or nothing. I thought it was one of you guys that said that. I'm like desperately looking for another Damascus in a different pattern right now. I'm not finding one. I thought one of you said it though, that you prefer fixed blades and that's it. I just can't remember who. No, I know you're joking. Well, that's gonna bug me. I can't figure out where I have another pattern. I know I have one case knife that's got Damascus on it. I'm wondering if that's a ladder pattern or not. This bugs me. It's gonna pick at my brain until I figure it out now. Oh god, that box is heavy. This box keeps getting heavier. I'm going into my case box, my case shoe box. I still haven't gotten a case for my cases, which is funny. There we are. Trying to remember. How'd that hair get in there? Natural chestnut, blah, 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 burnt bacon, curly. Yes, I have a lot of case knives. I might have gone a little bonkers. Oh, wait, it's a white box. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a white box. The hell's my white box? There you are. Get out of there. Yay. This is my burnt goldenrod second cut jig mini trapper. I know that's Damascus. I can't remember what kind of Damascus. Take a look. You prefer fixed, but like folders. I know somebody said that. Or somebody was more adamant about it than you were, Mike. I don't think it was you that said it, but okay, so this one ran me over $200 for this knife. This is a goldenrod second cut jig mini trapper, and this is a raindrop pattern. Okay, I don't think I have any ladder patterns. Oop. Now that I think about it, I thought I did. I was wrong. Oh well. But yeah, with case knives, their Damascus tends to run really, really high. I think retail, this is closer to like 250, close to 300. Or I'm sorry, MSRP. Map is probably around like 250, like between 220, 250, which is like minimum pricing or whatever. But you got California clip point, and then this one I think is a Warncliffe. Yeah, Warncliffe instead of a spade blade for the secondary blade, which is just another interesting variation for the secondary. But beautiful patterning on the Damascus here, as well as just a really nice bone scale to this one. One of my favorite knives. My daughter is going to get so much junk. I shouldn't call this junk. This is not junk. She's going to get so much stuff. She's not going to know what... I'm going to have to leave her instructions. She's not going to know what to do with any of this. She likes knives too, but these aren't really her speed. She likes stuff like katanas and swords and all that fancy stuff. Well, I do too, but I just haven't collected anything like that in a long while. Gosh darn it, I don't know how I had this in there. Right, we'll do that way. Oh, wait, is this the knife? No. You guys are always wondering about how old I am. We're going to do this again. Like I said, it's not... I don't keep it a secret. I just find it funny that you guys keep trying to figure it out. This is it. Now, if you know... You'll probably need to look it up online. If you know how to date a case knife, it's done via two things. It's done with the style of the tang stamp. In other words, like how, you know, like, is it a cursive C? Is it block lettering? Whatever. You know, the style of the tang stamp, and then the number of dots on the tang stamp. Okay. Once you know how to figure those two out, you know what year the knife was made. Okay. Once you figure out those two things, you know what year the knife was made. This knife, let me clean this up a little bit. What did I just do with that cloth? There we are. Let me just clean that off a little bit so it's a little easier to see. There we are. This knife was made the same year that I was born. All right. You got 10 seconds to, like, you know, put that to memory. 987654321. So once you figure out how to read this tang stamp, you know, the type of lettering, The fact that it's got USA on it, the number of dots that are under it. No, not 1942, ape. Once you figure this out, you'll know what year I was born, because this knife was born on the same year I was. This was not easy to find. I had chasing blades digging around for this. Was the funny thing is, this was in chasing blades. This wasn't in Mike's personal collection. It was used. I did sharpen it. You know, I had to clean up the edge. I did put my own edge on it. I sharpened the blade, so it's not like new old stock or anything like that. It was a user. It was in his personal collection, and it took me a couple of weeks, but I finally talked him into selling it to me, and for a pretty decent price for what you can get these at. It had seen some use. Thankfully, not so much use that it didn't clean up really nice. I managed to put, like I said, a nice edge on it, cleaned it up really nice. And this is probably one of my more prized knives in my collection, simply because it's an old case knife that was born on the same year that I was. I'm still trying to hunt down a knife that, now I doubt I'm going to find a knife that was born the same day and month and year. That'd be crazy, not to mention probably super expensive. But I am still trying to track down a knife that was born on the same day and same month. And one way, like a lot of knives, when you buy them, when you get them from Case, they have a sticker on, trying to find a clean sticker. They have a sticker on the side of the box that tells you the date that that knife was born. This one, that Crimson Bone that I got for the Case Collectors Club, this Crimson Bone was born on 12/2 of 24. So 2024, December 2nd. So I'm still trying to track down one that was on my birth month and day, which is August 5th. But I do have at least this one that was born in my year. 1980. No, not 1980. And this is the only knife that I have that was born on my year. I don't have another one. I'd love to get a Trapper that was born in my year, but last I looked, they were approaching around like $300. Not to mention the fact that they're just hard to find. And I keep that in the leather sheath there. A lot of people will say don't keep your knives in leather. It's perfectly fine as long as you're not soaking it in water. Leather does tend to be a moisture magnet. I keep mine in a pretty decent, space. And a lot of times when I hear people who had knives that were ruined in leather, it's usually, yeah, I know a guy that knows a guy that knows a guy that their knife got ruined because it stayed in their leather sheath. I've had knives stay in leather sheaths for, I'm going to say decades. And they're perfectly fine. They are perfectly fine. Granted, they're not carbon steel, it's stainless steel. This knife was probably one of the first knives I've ever bought. Made by Sharp. Something you would have picked up at Kmart or Sears a long time ago. And I don't know how. I still don't understand how I managed to hang on to this knife. Like, it would be put away in a box. It was put away in a tackle box, so it was in conditions that weren't great. But it was sitting in a tackle box for the longest time. I take it with me every time I went fishing. I know it was packed away in other boxes. I even gave my dad my tackle box, and somehow this didn't go in with it. I don't know how this managed to follow me around, but this is probably the earliest knife I've ever bought when I was like a kid. And it's still in pretty decent condition. A little bit of pitting here and there. I've sharpened this numerous times. Yeah, a little bit of pitting on the edge there. And the only thing I know is it's sharp. Yeah. The manufacturer, the brand is Sharp. And made stainless steel, made in Taiwan. I don't even know the type of stainless steel. Snake, you got it. I told you if somebody got it, I'll tell you if you got it. You got it, Snake. It's not a secret. I just find it funny that people are trying to guess. And I applaud you for figuring that out. I applaud you. So there you go. Yeah, you got it right, Snake. Congratulations. You win 20 billion points that you can use for coupons in order to get more points. Use those points wisely on more points. There you go. Yeah, this was like the first knife I ever bought. It's been in this same leather sheath for freaking eons. Like I said, in a tackle box, in storage boxes, in conditions that most people would be like, you know, they would give them the heebie-jeebies if they collected anything. That's not the best sheath either, because look at this. Yeah, yeah, it's not the best sheath. But this has been with me for like ever. For like ever. You are a kid, Mike. I'm kidding. Mentally, I'm like 10. All right. So that was this one. Yeah, you figured it out. I said it before. If somebody figured it out, I would tell them if they were right or wrong. And Chaotic got it right. So, but yeah, that knife has been with me for the longest time. If you like fixed blades, were you here last week? Mike, I can't remember if you were here last week. Because I showed off a few fixed blades. Like my newest acquisition actually is from Buck. Let me get this box out of the way. We've got so many. Who has this many knives? Who buys this much stuff? Seriously, who's this crazy? This is a lot of money to be spending on freaking knives. Weirdos. Get in there. Oh god, freaking heavy. This thing's a workout. I am not the picture of everlasting youth. I am the picture of old guy with mental issues. This I showed last week. This was a Buck Brahma that I showed off last week. If you like fixed blades, I thought this was really neat. I couldn't remember if you were here last week or not, Mike. But neat little fixed blade. Just a really neat knife. Not something I would probably carry with me on a regular basis, but I just wanted another Buck. Another Buck knife, and this is like I guess you could say this is classic Buck styling. Nice Cocobolo wood. And just really, really cool. I want to get a custom knife made through Buck. It's just a matter of putting the money down to get one. If I do get one, it's going to probably be like a 112, which is a smaller folding knife. Like something like this. This is a 112. The only difference is this is an automatic knife. And I don't think you can get a custom automatic knife. If I can get a custom automatic knife, it'd probably be really expensive. But this is a 112. And I want to get one, like this is your typical 420HC Buck steel, which is not a terrible steel. It's a good steel, actually. But it's steel that they've used for the longest time. Like I said, automatic. What I want to do is I want to get a custom version of this 112. Obviously, it's not going to be automatic, but I want Magna Cut steel. I want nickel silver plated bolsters. And I don't know if I want, I'd probably still stick with the ebony wood, because the ebony wood they use is the same wood that Taylor guitars use. And they have a thing with Taylor guitars where I guess when Taylor Guitars is making their fretboards and, you know, their ebony wood fretboards, or just using ebony wood in general, Buck is able to get a hand on the extra material or cutoffs or what have you, and then they use that for the wood inserts on their knives, like this 112. So I want to get nickel silver plated bolsters. I want to get Magna Cut steel for the blade. I probably will stick with the same rosewood or same ebony wood, but that's the custom that I want. And if I remember correctly, if I do that, I think it's going to run me just under $200 to do. So that's why I'm waiting on it, because I've got other stuff I'm dealing with. So it's a bit of a chunk of money to put on a custom knife, but if I get another buck, that's kind of what I want to do. And I know some people, it's hard to reference what a 112 is in comparison to anything else, but more people are familiar with a buck 110. So if you want a comparison, this is what most people are familiar with when it comes to buck knives. The 110 is just a widely popular folding knife. I customized mine by putting a thumb stud on there so I can use one hand to open the blade. I don't have to use two hands. So I just thought it was a neat thing to do, to add that thumb stud. And that's the size difference on those two. The 110 is a bit larger. The 112 blade is about, it's exactly 3 inches for the buck 112. I forgot how long the blade on this one was. I think it's like 3 1/4, I believe, for the 112. I play knife well. I play the knife well. Thank you. Custom forged billets from an Etsy person, but you have a mic, not a... Oh, you have Damascus billets to make a few knife kit. Really? Wonder how much the Damascus billets cost you. Oh, in case you're wondering on the size comparison on this one. There you go. Just a hair bigger than the buck 110 on that fixed blade. But it feels really good in the hand. It's a really nice handle. And I like that I can even choke up on the blade. Like, it's got enough of a choil there that I can kind of pinch up to it and really scooch up on that blade edge. So there's the size difference. And I remember we were talking about fixed blades, and most of my collection is our folding knives, but I still do like the occasional fixed blade. And there is one fixed blade that I do carry with me every now and then, and still do, and it's this one. It's called the Vosted Quokka. I know I've talked about this before, because the way I can orient, the way I like to carry this one is not so much appendix carry. It's opposite of appendix, but in the front, horizontal. So then it sits on my belt in the front like this. I should hold it this way. So if you were looking at me, it'd be just on my left side in front. And it makes it easy to access from there. And for a small knife, it's actually really, really nice. I can almost get a full grip. I can use the lanyard that I don't use lanyards too much, but I like it on this one because I can use it to kind of like fill in the grip if I really wanted to. And just a really nice fixed blade. The other one I don't carry so often, only because I've mentioned before, in the state that I reside in, and when it comes to the knife laws, while it fits the size, in regards to blade length, there's something about it that makes it a little questionable, because when it comes to the knife laws in the state that I reside in, they take into account intent. Okay, so if somebody, I've mentioned this before, if, say, for example, you were stopped for whatever reason, and of course you want to be truthful or helpful, you don't want to make any more trouble for yourself, they may ask if you have anything sharp on you, and you're like, I got my pocket knife on me. Oh, why do you have your pocket knife on you? If you say something for self-defense, in other words, you're you're implying that the knife could possibly be used on somebody, you might get yourself into a little trouble. If you refer to your knife as strictly a tool, you use it for work. I'm a knife collector. I use it for work. I do videos about knives, etc. You know, they take into account your intent for carry. Now with that, some things are a little harder to, I guess just the sheer existence of them can make that intent a little questionable, which is why I don't carry this one in particular. This one is from Cobra Tech. I do really like this knife though. Not the longest blade. Nice small blade. You can't get a full grip on this one. Not in this way anyway. This one actually is not a fixed blade. And I think I've shown this one before. You'll notice there's a little lock in the back, kind of like the buck folders, where they have a little lock in the back there. And the way this works, this doesn't fold, kind of. It turns into a push dagger. So the reason why I don't carry this very often is if they found out that it can be a push dagger, they could probably think that, you know, are you intending to use it on anybody or anything like that, which can cause you to get in trouble. So it's a neat to own. I like this knife. There's nothing preventing me from owning it. You know, you can own one of these legally, no problem. But I probably wouldn't carry it. Just that's me. I probably wouldn't carry it. This one's also a single edged blade, although it does look like a dual edged dagger. Now the back or the spine of the blade is thin enough that I suppose if you really wanted to, you could put an edge on that. It's going to take a bit though. You're going to have a bit of steel that you're going to have to remove in order to get an actual edge on the other side and make this a dual edge. I mean, it's thin enough that you can do it, but I probably wouldn't. But yeah, it just turns into a push knife and then fold or moves back up to its original fixed blade position. And then it has a holster, came with a clip that you attach like that. But really neat. This one was made by Cobra Tech. This one I did get from Chasing Blades as well. From one of their whatnot shows. They can sell these because it's not automatic. It's not like a butterfly knife or anything like that. So these they can sell during their whatnot show. You don't have to go to their website or anything in order to get this. If you wanted something like one of their automatics, you'd have to get that from their website. They can't sell automatics on whatnot. That's a no-no. And it's funny because I go on their shows. I'll go into any knife show. Oh my God, there was a knife show. I'm missing a lot of giveaways. I completely forgot. Blade City, I know, was doing a lot of Oh, well. Poop. I missed it. I completely forgot about it. They were doing a bunch of knife giveaways on Blade City on Whatnot. There might still be time. If you go on Whatnot, check out their show. If you have an account on Whatnot, you might luck out and get some really nice and really, I think they had some knives that were upwards of over $300, $400 that they were doing giveaways on. Some of them might be buyer giveaways. In other words, in order to enter the giveaway, you have to buy something. But I know they were doing a lot of giveaways today. I have to send you the name of this one on Discord. Let me see if I can remember the name. I don't think it had like anything special. Like it's not called like the Cobra Tooth or anything goofy like that. I think it was, what do they call this? I can't remember what they called it. It didn't have like a weird name. Like their names are kind of plain. Sometimes, well, some of them have names. I don't know. Let's see. Shoot, does this go under folding knives or fixed blades? I don't know. Oh, yeah. It's simply called the G10 folding push dagger. It's very descriptive. At least on Cobra Tech's, I pulled up Cobra Tech's site, but at least on their site, it's gonna run you about $80. It's possible you might be able to get it from Chasing Blades for a little less, but you'd have to catch them at one of their shows. And like I said, they're at Canton right now, Canton, Texas. If you happen to be in or near Canton, Texas, I would just stop by. I unfortunately I don't know where. I just know they're in Canton, Texas, doing like a market thing where they have a table. But if you check out one of their shows, they may have one on their show. You might be able to get a deal on it. However, they don't do their shows until they go Tuesday through Friday. And as far as time is concerned, they kind of bounce around a little bit. I've seen them in the morning, and then I've seen them more frequently. They've been going in later afternoon, which is like roughly around like 5:30 my time, which is Central Standard Time. But I'll send you a link anyway. Let me see if they have it on Chasing Blades. Hold on a second. Because if they have it on Chasing Blades, I'll send you a link to that one. Oh my god. My nose. Why? Allergies. I should turn that fan off. That fan's probably killing me. Sorry for that. I really generally don't try to sniffle like that while I'm on mic. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if they have one, because last I looked, they didn't have one in Chasing Blades didn't have one in stock. But they're always getting new stock. Like every week, they're getting new knives in. So yeah, I'm not seeing one. So what I'll do, since I don't see one on Chasing Blades site, I'll send you the Cobra Tech site. And like I said, on Cobra Tech's site, they're gonna run you about $80. Oh, wait a second. Never mind. I just found it. Oh no, same price. So yeah, $80. I'll send you the link in Discord. I'll just message you. There you go. So if you wanted to pick up that same knife that I just showed you, I just sent you a link, Snake. But there you go. And we're after 5 o'clock. Any other questions? You guys have any questions on anything that you've seen? Or if you have any general questions, I'm going to be the first to say I am not an expert in this. I'm learning along with a lot of other people. I just happen to have been collecting knives for a long time. And I'm still learning new things every day. You know, every once in a while I'll dive deep into the whole metallurgy rabbit hole. I'm no expert in it though. As far as like manufacturers, I have a lot of knives from most high production manufacturers, but more boutique manufacturers like McNeese or Winterblade, stuff like that. They tend to be a lot more expensive than I can afford, so I can't really speak about most of those. But knives like from the budget end on up, like Civivi, Kaiser, SRM, QSP, who else? Remet, Concept, Tenable, Kershaw. Trying to think of other brands. Cobra Tech, Case, obviously, Rough Rider, things like that. I have probably a little bit more knowledge about simply because I own a lot of those. You have some really old case knives from your grandfather. You have to. Oh, Rooster and Hen. Yeah, another. I think 1 or 2 Rooster and Hens. I don't have many. You have to send me pics, Apex. I'd love to see. They're especially the case knives. Have you checked out any of the case knives from your grandfather yet? Like, I'd love to see do what I did. Let me pull out a case knife. Do what I did before, and where's that mint green one? That was a new one for this year. Do what I did. If you look at the case knife on one of the blades, if it's a multiple blade knife, on one of the blades, you're going to have that tang stamp that I was showing you on the birth of your knife. And I'd love it if you could send me, well, a picture of the knife in general, just because I like to see. You know me, it's a new knife. I want a looky. But if you could send me a picture also, like a close-up of the tang stamp along with all the dots, I can try to see what information I can find out about it. There's the tang stamp you have here with the dots. And then there's also going to be a tang stamp on another one. If it's more than one blade, there's going to be another tang stamp that might look something similar to this. And send me a pic of that as well. If you're looking for more information, I can try to dig some stuff out. Like I said, I'm no expert, but I know quite a lot of people that I would consider to be experts in the field also. They've been collecting a lot longer than me. They know the insides and outs of cases and stuff like that. Yeah. Whenever you get a chance, let me know. I'm just excited and learning about it myself. I'd love to learn about that stuff. Yeah, and then we can tell you a year. We can tell you probably material. Tell you how much it probably would go for. That if you ever decided you'd want to sell one. Not that saying that you want to. I personally, I like when it comes to my collection. I still have a lot of knives in boxes. There's only one reason why I keep the boxes. A lot of people will say you keep the boxes so you can sell them in the box, which I would go along with. The only reason why I still have so many knives in boxes though is because I don't have a way of displaying them. I don't have a way to. Oh yeah, I need to set up commands for you in here. I don't have a way of displaying them, and that's the only reason why I still have knives in boxes. Usually, I'll transfer them to a case, like a hard case, to keep in my collection, or you saw the shoebox. And once I've done that, I'll usually get rid of the boxes because when I collect, I collect for the joy of collecting and having certain things in my collection. I never collect to resell. Like I don't collect in order to make money. I collect because I like what I'm collecting and I want to keep what I'm collecting. And I know eventually they're going to end up going to like my daughter, friends, family, hopefully a very long time from now. Hopefully a very long time from now. And that's why, or that's like part of the reason why I like to collect. It's for my own enjoyment, not for resell. I have sold knives in the past from my collection, and the only reason why I ever sell knives is generally because I want to make room for more knives. Like I've got a bunch of knives that are like I'm kind of iffy about, don't really care whether I own. I'd like to get more knives and I'm running out of room. Okay, I'll sell those. Yeah, I'll have to figure that. I'll set you up with commands because I don't know. I thought they're kind of related in a way. Actually, I don't have commands going to this one, do I? I don't have anything going to this one. This one, this channel, I've kept really basic. I'll have to figure that out, Morgan, because I don't think I have like a stream elements, like a separate stream elements going on with this channel. I never bothered to set it up. Excuse me. But there we go. And in case anybody missed it, this is one of the new knives, one of just a couple knives that I got for this week. I have more knives coming in next week. This one is a new color from Case. This one is their mint green mini trapper. It's a synthetic. It's not wood or bone. But it's just a neat little color, new color for 2026. This is a mini trapper. So you got a mid stop on this slip joint. So it's a little safer for one-handed closing. You got your California clip point you saw there, then you got a secondary spay blade. And I was showing this earlier, but to give you an idea of size difference, this one's a mini trapper. This is a full size trapper. So you got an idea of how they look in regards to size. And then the other new knife that I got today was another case. This one was their Case Collectors Club Crimson Bone Canoe. They call these canoes because when they're closed like this, the shape of the handle, it looks kind of like a canoe. And this one was from Case Collectors Club. My first knife from the Case Collectors Club. And these have two blades. You have a spear point on one side and a smaller, similarly shaped penknife on the other side. Like that. And I just really like the color on this bone. They dyed it red, and then they toasted it really dark right around the center. They like burned this thing. But I think it looks absolutely amazing. I love these. I love this crimson bone. The baby hatchet? What baby hatchet? Oh. Well, thanks for coming by. Yeah, definitely send me some pics. No, all you've really carried is Benchmates because the military. Benchmates are very popular in the military. I haven't gotten any Benchmates. I am looking at one though. Problem is, it's going to run about $200. But Benchmade came out with a new, what do they call? Oh, I forgot what model they called it. Bug out, like a new bug out or a mini bug out. I'd be interested in the mini bug out because I think the bug out's a little bigger than what I normally carry. But they came out in Magna Cut, which is my favorite knife steel for weird reasons. I just like their overall qualities of Magna Cut. But they came out with one in Magna Cut for this year, and I'm really interested, but it's going to run around $200. So I'm kind of hoping to see if I can find one for a deal. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the cleavers? Because I have a tomahawk. So you say baby hatchet, I want to pull the tomahawk out. If you're talking about the cleavers from Concept, what, this guy? This little thing? My Concept Corvid? It's a cleaver style blade. This thing's tiny as hell. The tiny cleaver. Okay, tiny cleavers. Because I have, the funny thing is I have a Rough Rider, but it's buried in a box that actually it's like this. It's like a case knife, but it has a tiny hatchet on it. I'll have to pull it out next week. Remind me, I'll pull it out next week. But this is a Concept Corvid. Cleaver style blade. This is actually 154 cm steel, I believe. I don't think they make this version with this copper resin. I don't know. It's just really cool scale. At least last time I saw, these were all sold out and gone. This version, because these come in so many different styles, colors, and even locks. It'll boggle your mind. These things are super popular. This is the mini Corvid. They have different sizes. This is a mini. This one's a liner lock. I've seen crossbar lock versions. In fact, the funny thing is I set out and got every size available. I'm not going to pull all of them out. But that's the mini Corvid. Where's my... Good God, I have so much crap. That's the mini Corvid. This is... I believe this is the big one. No. Is this the big one? This might be the biggest one. This is the Corvid XL. Okay. This one's also a liner lock. I believe this is 154 cm steel as well. Yeah, XL Corvid. 154 cm steel, liner lock, reverse flipper. I have a few other sizes that just sort of go down from here to the smallest size. I collected all the sizes. I don't have the ones that I have are the liner lock versions. I don't have the crossbar lock ones. These are the lesser expensive of the Corvid line, but they're still going to run you. I think the mini still runs close to 60, 80 bucks. These are going to run you roughly about the same, maybe a little bit more, even for the bigger ones. Cleaver blades, as you can see, great for food prep. And these things, if you're wondering about like, well, how sharp can that be? I'll show you how sharp that sucker can be. I haven't done anything to this blade. This is out of the box sharpness. Okay. Oops. Now I tore it. There we go. Now I'm just going quick because I'm going kind of redonkulous in how fast I'm going with this. But this thing, I can shave hair with. That's how sharp this sucker is out of the box. I could shave with this puppy. And again, I have different sizes. There is another size that I do have that is just small enough, even though it's kind of still ginormous. It's small enough where, as far as blade length, I can carry it, and I have carried it because it's a nice little. It's a conversation piece. I mean, come on, look at the way this thing looks. You pull that out, and people got questions. Yeah, people get questions. And these little guys are just as sharp. They're surprisingly really nice. I mean, they make great. I like little knives like this also because these knives I can tuck into. Here, I'll show you. I have demonstration hot pants. I'll show you in a second. This is what I call my demonstration hot pants. Oh my God, I got a lot of knives here. Let me move this stuff out of the way because I'm going to start knocking stuff off. My buck knife. Go back in here. That's not where that goes. Where did my buck knife sheath go? There you are. I can go back in there. I said that can go back in there. And this can go back in here. All right. I just want to make sure that I get them out of the way because I get so much freaking blades. And these can go out of the way. If you're wondering where these go, this is why I don't have any space on my mouse pad, is I just put those two little knives on my mouse pad. I literally have like 20 or 30 knives sitting on my mouse pad. But the reason why I like knives like this, provided they're still like, you know, good manufacturer and whatnot, like Concept, one of my favorite manufacturers. They make really good stuff. But this is why I like these things. Here's my demonstration of hot pants. That watch pocket. It's in there. Now, it fits nicely in that little fifth pocket, your little watch pocket, tucks in there. You got a nice sharp utility blade for use if, you know, emergency, if you really need, you know, something small, easy to carry. It's sharp. It works. Look how thick the stock is on this one. The blade stock on the small one is thick compared to even some of my other bigger modern knives. The blade stock is thicker than some of those other ones. And it fits nicely in that little pocket. You can still pocket. This one comes with a pocket clip. I mean, this thing's huge. And you have a pocket clip. There you go. I got two knives in my. I got two knives. This is all that's going in this pocket. This thing's massive. But fits perfectly in that little watch pocket. I like little watch pocket knives because you can keep them in that little tiny pocket, and you always have an extra little blade in case you need to do, say you lost your big one or you need to cut something and, you're not allowed to take the big one out anywhere. You've got your little tiny bitty knife in there that you can use. And it's perfectly usable, perfectly, oh wait, it's a knife. Where did I just put, gosh darn it. There it is. Ugh. I got knives everywhere. My girlfriend hates it when I do these shows. She's like, "You're making a mess." I know. That goes there. And then these come in so many different colors and blade materials. Like I said, even crossbar. They have a crossbar lock version. I have another one of these same size that it's a Halloween version that has the headless horseman graphic on it. I've got purple. I think it was one. I got one that's like all blacked out. That is probably one of their biggest lines and one of Concept's most popular lines. And the Corvid line. Let's see, which one was this one? Oops. Drop something. Ugh, my strap. This one is okay. This is the one I carry. I've carried with me. This is the right size. This is all blacked out. It's just the right length, like 3 inches, 3-inch blade on that one. It's tonkin' huge still. That came in a pouch. I have a purple one that I think is a tad smaller, and they even have a Concept Corvid fixed blade version of these. If you wanted a fixed blade and not a folding version of the Corvid. This one is, I believe this is the Halloween one. Yeah, it's the Halloween one. So same size as this one here, except this one has the headless horseman on it. So it's got a nice little Halloween graphic on there. Otherwise, essentially, same knife, front flipper, rear flipper, although I don't know if I can use the front flipper on this. It's such a tiny knife. Liner lock, 154 cm. Yep, mini Corvid. Set with a Halloween graphic. And I've seen other graphics, other colors. Just a neat line from Concept. And I know I have at least one other one that has a blackened blade with a purple scaled handle. I just don't know in what universe that fell into. Because I had these all stacked up at some point somewhere. Good grief. How many of these do I have? When it comes to the Corvids, I bought all of them except for the fixed blade ones because I'm more into the folding knives. So the fixed blade Corvid is the only one I don't own. Which one was this one? Oh, this is the purple one. So a little smaller. This is the Corvid medium. I think the all blacked out. The all blacked out one was Corvid M Plus. And this is the Corvid M. So another one that's essentially a good size for me to carry. Still can get a good full grip on it. So really good control over the blade edge on this one. If you choke up, use that finger choil. It's got a nice little divot here to stick my thumb on. Just rest my thumb in there. Nice, comfortable handle. Get some really good control over that edge. I mean, admittedly, I think the small ones are a little bit more difficult to use just simply because they're so tiny. But they're still very useful and very fun to have. A lot of people love collecting these. Wait a second. Is that what belonged to that one? I have so many of these things, I don't know which one went where. No, they're all the same. No, they're not. This one fit in here. Yep. Hey, they're not the same. And this can go back in here. You can shave some bushes with that little guy. There you go. Anything else you'd like to see, or anything else you have questions on? Because what we're coming up at like 5:40 now. I like to go to about 6 o'clock if I can. Because at 6 o'clock, I know I'm hungry. I know my girlfriend starts getting hungry. And then we like to eat, watch a movie or something, relax for a little bit together, and then I'll get on with the gaming. Oh, as far as gaming is concerned, before I forget, my plan was essentially to play Resident Evil Requiem because that came out. It's new and I'm loving that game. However, a little birdie told me, little rubber birdie, told me that you guys might be playing Ready or Not. And as much as I love Requiem, Resident Evil Requiem, awesome, love it. Doesn't help that I'm probably gooning over the main character, but I love the game. You guys wanted to play Ready or Not, and I had a blast the last time I played Ready or Not. So I am leaning towards wanting to do co-op if you guys want to do Ready or Not, if you guys still have space. Because my initial plan was to play Resident Evil Requiem. Like I said, I had a lot of fun with you guys. So if you guys have space, I would love to jump in Ready or Not. You can't watch me play Requiem? Oh, are you farther ahead of me on that one? I don't know how far you are compared to I saw I watched part of your VOD. But I didn't get to the end of it because it was really late and I passed out. I had to get some sleep. It was like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the freaking morning. I had to get some sleep because I streamed extra long. All right. I hope I don't hope I upset anybody. But pencil me in for Ready or Not. Because like I said, I had a blast, and if you guys are playing Ready or Not, I would like to get the opportunity to play with you guys again. I will put Requiem on a hold for a day or two in order to play more Ready or Not. Okay. So, any other questions? I had to get that out of the way because I just remembered that you wanted to play. You were terrified that we were all playing Repo. Why? Morgan loves it when we play Ready or Not because somebody ends up shooting me in the butt. Last time we played Ready or Not, Dark shot me in the butt. Somebody always ends up shooting me in the butt. Morgan just likes the chaos. Stream earlier. I wish I could. I'm lucky to be able to stream what I do. Because with that, like I've got being my girlfriend's caregiver, I've got work usually during the day. On the weekends is a little better. But then we've agreed that if I'm going to keep doing this every night, that I set time aside to spend time with her, which is good. Relic can't play because he needs to baby a thumb. Uh-oh. Oh, you're starting at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, which is 6:30. So you guys will be playing for a bit. I'll see how you guys are because I generally can't start until about 9. I might be able to start like a little earlier. When I say a little earlier, maybe like 8:45. Depends on what I ate and how long I'm sitting in the bathroom. But yeah, I'll see how you guys are doing around that once I get started. Maybe we'll do a couple things tonight. I don't know. Kenny's being bitchy. You're gonna beat him with a flip flop. Oh god. So I'm trying to think of any to sum up today. This has got to be my biggest surprise was this kit knife. This was my biggest surprise today. Yeah, I'll let Ducky know. In fact, you know what? Before I forget, because I don't want to forget, otherwise I will forget. Let me go and message him now. Okay. I just tossed him a message. But yeah, this has to be probably my biggest surprise. Ran into a little trouble putting it together, but only because I did not read the instructions properly. Had I read the instructions properly, it wouldn't have looked like I was being a complete idiot. But this, in terms of a kit knife that you put together yourself, it's a nice knife. I mean, it's not like a $200 knife or anything like that. It's not it's not like $100 knife, $200 knife, whatever. But the fact that it's like $67, you put it together yourself. Damascus blade, regardless of whether it's a good Damascus or not. I mean, so far it's pretty nice. I mean, I'll have to put it through its paces, but initially, this is a pretty nice knife. It works really, really well. I have some minor criticisms. Basically, the screws, thumb hole size could be a little bigger. I wish I knew what kind of Damascus it was, but this is the biggest surprise out of it. I'm so lucky I got this in today also, because I thought it was going to be late. It was out actually pushed back a little bit. I was afraid I wasn't going to get this and do it until next week. So I'm glad I was able to do that today. But it feels really good in the hand. This is my biggest surprise today. Again, I put the link below if you guys are curious about this kit knife. It's called the JIN Vaquero. It is an affiliate link that I have in the description. So all the links I have down there are affiliate links. But I did add the link to this in the description in case you're curious about this one. They have other kit knives, as you saw. The Rhino, which was the first kit knife that I put together, and also these fidget knives that are made entirely out of G10 that are, kid safe, I guess. You can't cut yourself with it. You can pinch yourself, ow, pinch yourself with it, but you know, little fidget toy knives. They have those too, but I would definitely check these out. These things are fun. These are really, really fun to put together. And once you got them put together, you have a very functional knife. I mean, they work well. Like, this is another one that you can stick in the fifth pocket. It's small enough to stick in that fifth pocket, except it does have a pocket clip. So it's a little easier to fish out of the fifth pocket than, say, the Corvid, because the Corvid would just be swimming around in there. This one has a pocket clip. But yeah, I'm really impressed with how good this little knife is. I keep staring at it to see if I can find anything. I mean, might not have the perfect edges on the wood scales. You can see a little bit of dimpling or, some pressure points. Not a big deal to me. Not when I'm looking at a kit a kit knife that I had to put together myself. Surprisingly nice pocket clip. That's deep carry. Huh. I might have to get the bone one. I'm thinking now I'm going to want to get the bone version that has the bone scales. I might try to dye it. I've got that blue dye, that blue RIT dye that I still haven't even opened and used, because I was intending to dye another knife a different color, and then I realized that I like it, so I decided not to. But I have the dye. I might go ahead and get one of the white bone knives and then toss it in the dye. Just since it's already taken apart, all I have to do is just take the bone scales, dip it in the dye, and then I've got another one of these that I can put together. And now that I know that I started at the wrong point in the instructions, I can probably put it together in like 20 minutes. That's pretty sweet. All right. So, any other questions? You guys have any questions on any, either just general knife questions, questions I own, things I prefer, things you prefer, want to share stuff? Let me know. We got about 10 minutes. I'm going to go until 6 o'clock and then I'm going to get something to eat. So, let me know if you guys got any questions, any favorite knives, things like that. Oh, I forgot about these. I got my challenge coin. I got my money clip, my case challenge coin, my case money clip that has no money in it because I don't know how. I gotta find $1 at least to throw in there. This money clip. I've become an insane case fan. If nobody's realized that, I have so many case knives. I realized, oh my god, so many case knives. I gotta start doing things other than knives too, because I know this is an EDC channel. I've been focusing on knives primarily because that's where a lot of my collection lies. I'm hoping eventually to do more like unboxings and or like quick reviews on other just plain EDC stuff. Like, for example, I might do a video on these. These are fun, and I'd still have one in the box, which is why I might do an unboxing. This is the Olight Open, the Open Mini 2. And it's a neat little miniature pen you can get refillable cartridges for. And the way this works is a bolt action type pen. Now, the way this works is you have this little, almost looks like a gear shift, as you can see there. You can see the track a little bit. And if you pull down and hook it up, you got your pen. And you just pull it, you just like put it back to its original position to close it. But it's got another track. If I pull down a little, move it to the side and push up and hook it over, focus. You have a pencil. And they come with extra pencil tips. But now you have a I don't know what kind of material the pencil is made of, but it's a chonky fella. And I use this a lot. Well, maybe not. I don't know about the pencil, but I use this pen a lot. And it's like it's literally a part of my everyday carry. Because it's small, but it's small, but it's big enough that it's still usable. Like, it's like too small. I don't have any difficulty using it. I like the fact that I have the option of a pencil on the other end. The bolt is really easy to use, and it's super light, and you can get refills, which is really cool, and you can get different colors. This one, black with a blue band. I also have one that's in an OD green, which I believe is still in the box. And I have another pen. I did a video of the Cobra Tech pen, which has an automatic out the front blade. I don't know where I put that. I put it somewhere. It's somewhere. It's probably in a pair of pants. It's an automatic knife where it's a pen, and then if you unlock it and then you hit the pen clip, out shoots a small, really sharp pen blade. And then it's automatic in both ways, where it'll flick out like out the front, and then it'll flick back in. I have one of those. I have one where it's more simple, where it's a pen and you just remove the back end and there's a knife blade there. I have one of those as well. Really, now I wonder why I put my Cobra Tech automatic. I know is it in a pair of pants? Good grief! I hope I didn't wash it. Yeah, I had another one like you described. I don't know where I put that one though. I have so many knives here. Good Lord. I really got to organize these knives that are sitting on my mouse pad. I'm thinking if this channel ever hits 1,000, I might actually give away a knife. If I do that, I actually have a knife that I'm willing to give away. But if this channel ever hits 1,000 subs, what I'm gonna do is I'll probably put it out on Whatnot and do a giveaway through Whatnot once I hit 1,000. I think that might be fun. The knife I'm thinking of giving away is going to be. I'm gonna shoot it. Hold on, moving a case. There we go. It's gonna be one of two knives. I'm either going to give away. Where is it? I'm either gonna go give away this Civivi Terax. Now this is mine. I have another one of these in a box, like brand new. But this is the one that from my collection. And since I already have this one, I'm thinking of giving away the other one I have. Or I might give away both. I don't know. I might give away this one. This one's a Cobra Tech. This one's called the Scout, I believe. This one, I have one that's OD green. So I really don't need the black one. I like it. It's not bad, but I don't really need it. Rear flipper, VG10 steel, I'm sorry. And it has a pivot lock. I forgot what they call this. But what you do is the pivot itself is the button, and then you just press down, it releases the blade, and you can close it. And then there's a third knife. Actually, now that I just recall, there's a third knife that I might give away. And it's a traditional knife also made by Cobra Tech. Now, neither this knife nor the other Cobra Tech has been registered. When you get a Cobra Tech, they give you cards. And on one of the cards is a code. And then you use it. You enter the code in on their website to start the limited lifetime warranty on it. I haven't used it on this one. I haven't used it on the other traditional. Also, where did I put that other traditional? Because I would show it if I remembered where I put it. But I don't remember where I put it. I'll have to find it. I can show you the one I have, though. That is already in my collection. Like I said, I'm thinking about giving it away because I already have one. And I won it in a giveaway. Where are you? And it would be this one here. This is the one that's in my collection. It's a red bone Cobra Tech trapper. Like this here. Now, it might look a little different because it is a natural red, or not natural red, but it is a red bone. So the color might be a little different from what you see here. But I do have another one of these in the box that I won in a giveaway. And again, I don't need one. I was thinking about burning it because I've burned red bones before. And so I don't know. I might still burn it, or I might give it away. I haven't thought about that. But I might. I could either give it away, I could burn it, or I could burn it and give it away. I don't know. But I thought the burn came out pretty neat on. Where's that Browning one I had? Like I burned this one with a torch to get a dark color on it, and I burned a case red bone that I dubbed the steak. Because it didn't come out, the case red bone didn't come out like this. The case red bone, I don't know if it should be on my desk, I think. Is this it? No, that's my green apple. Good grief. I'm just pulling knives off my freaking mouse pad now. You the red bone? No. Are you the red bone? That's it. Okay. You go back there. I did burn this one. This is a Case red bone, and I just did a lighter burn on it. And I was trying to emulate what Case did with another one of their knives they called the bacon bone. They had a red bone knife that they toasted, the Case toasted themselves. They called it a bacon bone. I have that knife, but it only comes in a what they call a baby dock, which is a much smaller knife than this. So I got a red bone, decided I would toast it myself and try to recreate my own bacon bone. And this is how it came out. And it reminds me more of a slice of like rare steak. Hey, Coder, how you doing? It reminds me more of rare steak. So that was my attempt at making a bacon bone Case knife. I really like it. I know some people are like, you ruined a Case knife. I don't know. I like it. It came out, it didn't come out like bacon, but it came out like steak. And I don't know, I don't have a name for it. I've gone from like the steak bone to the carnivore to whatever, but I don't know. Personally, I thought it came out pretty well. But that's the Case red bone. How you doing, Coder? Hope you're having a good one. I'm just about to end here. It's 6:01. So unfortunately, I am now out of time. I gotta get dinner started because I know my girlfriend's probably out there going, hey, it's 6:00. She's probably gonna start knocking on the wall any minute. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you guys had fun watching. If you liked what you saw, please drop a like down below. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe and then hit that notification bell so you get notified anytime I drop a new video out. But yeah, as far as giveaways are concerned, that's what I'm thinking of for if this channel ever hits 1,000. We'll wait and see. I know we're getting close. As far as favorites are concerned, I didn't have many knives this week, but this one was a huge surprise with a JIN Vaquero kit knife. Go check it out. Links already in the description. Trying to think of what else. I'll have more knives to show next week. I've got a few knives coming in that I'm really excited about. So next week, Saturday, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'm going to do another live, and I'll have more knives to show you. I don't know if I'll have another kit knife, but I'll think about it because I'm really tempted to get a bone one. I don't know if I'll dye it live, but I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, thanks again for joining me. I will be back at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time on my Durano's Game Cave channel to do some video gaming. So if you want to check out some video games, come by that channel. Otherwise, I think I have the capability to, let's see if there's another knife channel. I'd love to connect with another knife channel. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can raid someone real quick. If I can't hit another knife channel, maybe I'll hit another channel in general. Hold on. Give me a second. And please, if you can, stick around for the raid, if I can find a raid. They really need to make like a one button click and raid thing. That would be great. I don't see anybody. Well, these are just my subscribe channels. Let's see who else. Hold on. I know a way to find out. I want to see if I can raid a knife channel first. But the funny thing is I see a lot of them like they stream earlier than I do, or they stream a lot later than I do. No, as far as I know, I'm the only one streaming knives. Okay. Is there a gaming channel that I can pop into? Hold on a second. Do you guys know if there's anybody on? Because I don't have the same. I have some of you guys subscribed on this channel, but I don't have everybody. I should add more people to this one. Let's surprise guys. Let's surprise Mike dropped. Let's go surprise Mike dropped. Yeah, I cornered the market on the knife thing. Oh wait, Mike drops in here. I can't surprise you. Darn it. Okay, well we're gonna go raid Mike drop. Mike, act surprised. Like, act really surprised. Okay, I don't have a closing to this, so I am subbed. I thought I was subbed to you. Okay, well, act surprised anyway. Okay, I don't have an ending song to this or anything like that, so we're just going to go ahead and drop. And please stick around for the raid. Thanks again, guys. You guys, awesome as always. Hope to see you guys in the next video. And bye. Bye. Oh my God.